All right, you're live.
Thank you very much, TCTV, and thank you to the public for allowing us a quick break so we can get our lunches together. Like I said, we're going to continue to work while we eat, so please excuse us during this process. We are up to developmental services, and we are only development services.
Two.
Mr. Chair,
This is a war I'm not going to win today, Mr. Curry.
I just have a quick question. So TCTV, this is, when people watch this, will this be like a part 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this video will be in 2 parts, Mr. Curry.
Yeah, the same thing happened last year. We broke for lunch. They shut the feed off. They started over again.
Okay.
Ms. Witta.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's afternoon.
That's okay.
All right.
That's all right.
Let's begin discussing the development services budget. We'll begin with 5,100 personnel.
So personnel, as you can see, there is a $16 lump sum disallow.
That's allowed.
It's allowed?
Yeah,
Mm,
that's allowed, not disallowed.
Oh,
Is that a mistake? That's a first. All right,
Okay,
I'm corrected. We're even now.
okay.
well, I mean, if you look at the other pages, they're negatives.
Yeah.
So this is allowed.
This is allowed. He's giving you 16 bucks.
I appreciate it. Great. Thank you very much. It is what it is.
Any questions for Ms. Witta on 5,100 personnel?
I do.
Go.
I don't have a question. I have a move
Oh.
where it says administrative assistant, conservation agent.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, the town meeting and the compensation plan did have a conservation agent for the town. So this person, acting as that. It was requested for 31,105.
Mhm.
It has been reduced to 2187. I wish to reduce the selectmen's budget for, I want to take my stipend, $2,550, and add it to the administrative assistant conservation agent.
3750 or something.
Well, it's either 3750, it's listed in the book as
Unless they
2550.
reduced it. So, okay,
I know town meeting voted 3750, but,
okay.
and
So-
if that changes, well, on town meeting floor, I would just add that to this person.
I'm gonna get the-
If you're gonna cut, you start at the top. I've had some conversations with Miss Weider about that employee. She does a lot of things. She seems pretty sharp, and you know, we have a thing about succession planning and who's gonna take whose place and moving up, and in talking with Miss Weider, that's who has a lot of time working in government. Everyone out there may not know this or recall this, but once upon a time, she was a part-time assistant secretary in the Board of Health office. She has worked her way up. Eventually, she's going to say bye-bye to us and go sit on the sofa with a pup or something like that.
Grandkid.
So
Grandkid.
I'm trying to, in the little bit that I can control, to keep this person who could potentially, no guarantees, but according to Ms. Weider, could work into her position. Thinking ahead rather than waiting till she says, here's my paperwork, I'm out of here, and then we do backflips trying to fill the position. So I'm trying to do what I can control to try to keep her here.
And I just did bounce forward to the select board budget. You're right, it is 2550. I was going on the current fiscal year budget numbers, that's fine.
I
so you're-
looked before I spoke in that instance.
Thank you. So you are proposing to, from the select board budget, 5,100 personnel, reduce the select board stipend members, basically from 5 to 4, reducing that by $2,550 to $10,200. And add that $2,550 to administrative to developmental services, 5,100, administrative assistant conservation agent, increasing that from 21,787 to 24,200 and change.
24, 337.
Thank you.
My math is
Does
correct.
that make, is that what you're, is that
Yeah,
correct?
That's what I want to do.
Okay, so we don't need any motions or anything like that, because again, this is a proposed budget, it's a working meeting. And if there, and as long as there's consensus, then, I mean, we're there.
I already signed my stipend over.
Okay.
I don't know where it went, but I already signed it.
So if there's consensus, do I see any, I see no shaking heads. Okay, so be it. Holly, do you have that?
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, so there you go. You got another 2550.
Thank you very much.
Anything else on 5100? Okay, 5110 employee support.
This time I'll get it right. There's a lump sum disallowed of $250, which we can make work.
Okay. Questions on 5110?
So your lump allowed got bigger.
My lump allowed.
Yeah, good point.
Just an
Okay.
observation,
Go ahead.
on the glossary, we have 3 items with an asterisk. I don't see where they're plugged in at.
Okay, so the Mass Association of Conservation Commissions is up above and it's training for our conservation agent and for
All the math.
dues.
Definitions.
And the Massachusetts Environmental Health Association, it's dues. It also gives us reduced cost when we have to do more training to keep up licenses. And MHOA is our Mass Health Officers Association, also dues and keeps us in the loop for reduced fees and things like that when we do training. And when I say we, I mean me.
Any other questions on 5110? 5200 purchase of services.
So purchase of services, there is a lump sum disallowed of $650. There's also a line item for wetland consultants, and we have deleted that because through having the conservation agent doing the training necessary and learning about it, found that our wetlands account, which is from fees for filing NOIs and things like that, the RDAs, that money, if we ever have to hire a consultant, can be used from those funds. Very limited what you can use it for,
Mhm.
but that's one of them. So that was removed.
Okay,
We did increase the landfill well monitoring by $345 from what I had originally predicted. As you know, costs are going up exponentially. And everything else is pretty much the same.
is the 650 absorbable?
I believe it is.
Any questions on 5200, Mr. Francis?
You know, again, it pops up, same issue of, legal notices, and this time it appears to be almost $10,000. And I guess my question with this go around is, how do we get the statute changed?
I would love that.
We just, when you add up everything so far, it's, about $12,500.
Certified mail, the basic to fulfill the requirements is, they're up to $10 a piece.
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, we do a lot of them.
Can I ask you this, have you discussed this with, other folks in your position, throughout the state about this issue? Other people, looked into, healing or changing the requirement by statute?
I don't know of anybody trying to repeal it, but it's certainly something that we should all sign on. So, yes, we should.
Thank you.
Any other questions on 5200? Okay, 5400 supplies.
So supplies, it's virtually the same. We have a lump sum disallowed of $502. I believe we can absorb that. I think some of our biggest expenses are supplies.
Mhm.
And we have to do, again, postage is one of them. We do a lot of mailings. We do try to decrease that with applications and things like that by utilizing email and whatnot.
Yep.
But still costs.
Questions on 5,400? Okay. For development services, no, I said development, I didn't say.
I know you
development.
did.
I know, I'm getting better. All right. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
One
Oh, hang on.
question- One question.
Go ahead.
before you go. Maybe I'm missing it. When you have hearings for like planning board and stuff. And you have to advertise. I don't see anything in there about the legal, is that coming out of, one of those ones,
It is,
like the planning board has, or?
so there are times when we do hearings, like when we want to do zoning changes and things like that, where we do have to pay for those. But when it's a hearing for someone who wants to open a business in town, it comes out of their fees. So it's covered that way. We do some shuffling because you can't take the money and pay it. Yeah. So
I just said, I know.
Yeah.
we're
expensive.
liquidated old laws that say you have to do this in the paper
Hard the news.
and not a lot of people, go pick up that.
Me too.
I just wanted to cover that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Lori? All right, thank you, Lori.
Thank you very much.
We move to sewer. Picked up 15 minutes there, good. For those of you watching at home, your budget book, section 7 is the sewer enterprise fund. Please introduce yourself again and
I'm Ryan Scoville, Assistant Chief at the Sewer Department.
welcome, thank you for coming. All right, walk us through it.
The first one is the cover, which I believe is the fiscal year 2026, and that's all pretty self-explanatory as far as I've been told.
Yep.
Going up from 1.4 or 1,479,886 and increasing to 1,671,134.56 for upcoming year, fiscal year 2026.
Okay. In that case, 5,100 personnel.
5,100, Jeff wanted me to make clear to you folks that it's just the difference between him. He's with 3%, 3.5% increase, and that's pretty much pending any union negotiations with raises. I know his position is to go with the 3.5 increase to keep the wastewater pay competitive, given the fact that wastewater faces the same things that the rest of the trades do with not many people filling in. So just trying to stay competitive, so replacement personnel be able to come in.
Any questions on personnel 5,100? Dumpster removal. Okay, 5,110 employee support.
This is as it is, there's no, nothing there. Those
Okay.
are all the same.
Any questions on 5,110? 5,200 purchase of services.
5,200, he's got, increasing, garden treatment costs up 5,000. And increase in station alarms and telephone up to, up 4,000. And vehicle repair up 5,000. Office contracts up 10,000. And, treatment plant, contractor services up, 49,500. Pump station contractor services up, 20,000. And those are the increases that are there.
Again, cost of doing business.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions on purchases and services 5,200? 5,400 supplies?
He's got increases, up $10,000 for heating oil. Up, 20,000 for chemicals. Pump station parts and equipment up 7,500. Treatment plant equipment repair parts up 15,000. And then office supplies up 2,000. Those would be the increases on 5,400.
Any questions on 5,400 supplies? Okay, 5,600 intergovernmental.
He's going up, 20,000 on station electric. Up 2,000 for treatment plant water. And then up, 45,000 for treatment plant electric. And he wanted me to make note that, he believes the typo is his error. He's putting in for 150,000 total, and on the other side is 105. Jeff's saying that, he believes that that's his typo error in there.
Which one's the correct one?
The correct one would be the 150,000.
Okay, thank you.
And then, miscellaneous with, I guess, police, going up, $4,350.
Okay.
And that would be it for increases on 5,600. Everything else would be the same.
Any questions on 5,600 intergovernmental? Okay, that's it for sewer. Any questions before we release? Gail?
Oh, based on the recent sewer discussions on revenue.
Yeah.
Has there been any consideration on that department? You know, but still keep its independence, but combine it with the light department.
That I would have to refer to more of a commissioner's question.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions for the sewer department before we release the man? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
for your
Ryan.
time.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, so. So now we're only 20 minutes behind. Now we're doing really good. Not bad. So next up, executive, we're gonna talk select board first, and I'm gonna defer that to Mr. Curry because he prepared this. And at least I think he, or we already deferred to Mr. Lamontagne.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and recuse myself.
Fair enough.
Yep,
Adam?
as I have.
If I may,
I have an ethics statement.
Yep. Yep.
On file with the clerk.
So Mr. Curry recuses himself for the discussion from the select board.
Yep.
Mr. Lamontagne.
Okay,
Where are
give me a
we?
moment here, because I was
This is
gonna-
page, this is section 4, page 1. So, Mr. Lamontagne, if you could walk us through, we'll start with select board, please.
Okay, on this page, because of all the recent changes and Holly coming in, I believe with my departure, you could restore the select board stipends. I'll leave this to Holly to figure out because I remember hearing the salary, I think it's lower than mine. So Holly might have to just update this page.
Yeah, this is
Needs a
gonna,
little rework.
this
This is gonna need some rework, yeah, because again, your base is gonna be different, and yeah, this is gonna need some rework, but yeah, it's the theory here is that the select board stipends could be restored to the level previous, and yeah, this like the administrative assistant, we might want to try to rework hours there as well if we can,
That's
if
why
we can
we-
get Kelsey to agree to some additional
Right.
hours and that
And we'll
sort of
be
thing.
replacing her position, her part-time position as
Right.
well.
Okay,
Point,
yeah,
so, the contract for Holly, interim TA.
Yeah.
Is for 6 months.
Yep.
Right, and if we go and we hire somebody else
Mhm.
to backfill Kelsey, you know, it puts that other person at risk.
Ru-
And so making those kinds of decisions now until you get further into the process,
Mhm.
I think is premature.
we're gonna be smart about what I mean, we can obviously rework the numbers a little bit because we can, but again, we are cognizant of that fact. And we are gonna work this, through in an intelligent manner.
So,
Yeah.
you know, you can't just go hiring
No.
somebody else for what could potentially be a temporary position.
Right, well, but we can hire a temporary position if we need to.
Yes,
Okay, we can hire a temporary position if we need, to, and that is completely valid.
yes.
And you can hire a temp.
Exactly, so. Okay, any other questions on 5100? Obviously, we need to do a little bit of rework there, but we can do that rework. 5110 employee support.
It's the same would go with this one because I'm not sure, by my contract, I had an annual car allowance or what was, it's a split up, so that this is another one that probably has to be reworked.
Well,
Yeah.
and
I had that as a potential cut as well
Yeah, me
to
too.
start making that $10,000 towards the
Oh.
DPW's oil. I was gonna make that recommendation for a cut.
Why would you remove that though? Like, to Liz's point, what if my situation doesn't work out and you do have to hire someone else? They're gonna want that.
Okay.
yeah, so maybe it's. So there's a situation, I mean, there's some things here that we might be able to rework some of this, but I mean, we probably want to leave some stuff intact because. To Holly's point. If we are doing as an interim does not continue and we do hire a full-time TA, we're gonna want to have some of these things in the clauses in order to be able to pay them at that point. Can it be reworked a little bit? Probably, but we want to make sure we leave what we need there in case we do, depending on the situation.
Potentially take out 6 months.
Excuse me?
You could potentially
Yeah.
take out 6 months, because,
Well, 4.
yeah.
Yeah, 4, yeah. No, that's okay. No, I understand exactly what you're saying though, Bob. You can kick out we can pull back like the total time of Holly's interim agreement
Right,
at
worst
the
case
minimum.
scenario, you could take out her time that she's covering that.
Right.
Or we could leave it because,
We
I'm
would.
gonna be using my car for things too, so.
Again,
I was
Salt
gonna
truck.
say.
Well,
I
hang on,
was
hang on,
gonna
hang on,
say,
hang on.
did you-
if when we talk about the revenue,
Yeah.
there is a point where we could probably find.
Yeah.
10K without cutting a thing
Mhm.
due to underestimating or under.
I agree.
And I'm hoping to be able to get to the revenue. Yeah, so give me just give me a
No
little
problem,
time.
Just
Yep.
so we don't get too caught in the weeds
That's a
about.
great-
I don't wanna-
Cut.
I do want to discuss the revenue, please understand that, but I also want to make sure, because we have people who are sitting in the audience and have been, because we're behind schedule, I want to make sure we get through anyone who's waiting before we take time to talk about the revenue, but we will speak about it,
Well, that's
okay?
why Jackie Brown gets the big bucks.
Thank you. Any other questions on 5100 employee support? Hearing none. 5200 purchase of services.
On this one, the new, you'll see the ADA cart services. This is a new thing that we've encountered. I would say that it's a pretty significant lump sum disallow. I think with my experience working with town council, it was sufficient, but I mean, this is another thing, I'm gonna let the new interim decide. But this would have been sufficient, I believe, for me, but
Yeah.
that might have to be relooked at as well.
Just out of curiosity, Adam, as far as legal services goes, where we budgeted 80,000 for this fiscal year as well?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I would say it's around that area.
And what are we projecting to, just out of curiosity? Do you have that? Do you have an idea of that?
I think we're on track at the moment. But I believe we just received a couple months of legal bills, so I
Okay.
still have to go through that Monday with Holly.
Okay.
So I want to say we're on track, but until I go through those legal bills. So this one I will have to be, Holly and I will go through this, and she thinks she's comfortable. It's really her decision at this point.
Mr. Chair, I got the BDA up for.
Okay.
For, this is January.
Yeah.
It was, 5,200 was budgeted at 80,539, and we've gone through 52% of that amount.
Okay.
As of January.
End of January.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're around halfway through, with a little more than halfway through to go. So yeah, we're there. Okay. Makes sense. Okay.
Can you just explain?
Gail,
what
go ahead.
ADA is?
American with Disabilities Act. Adam, can you just explain the ADA real quick?
Sure. So basically, if somebody has needs some type of assistance to participate in meetings, they submit a request to our office, and then we have to get there's this cart services that we would have to get if that's the request, and then they would come in and provide the necessary way where they could participate or at least take part in the meeting. It's one of these acts that we have to follow.
Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
To budget for it.
Yep. 100%. Hopefully, you may not need it, but there may always be the chance that you're going to. Liz?
So, what is the whole 12? Quantity of 12 employee physicals?
Adam?
That one I'm actually going to defer to Holly. She works,
Oh.
she handles that, so I'll defer to her.
Okay, Holly?
It's for physicals for new employees.
Oh, entry physicals, basically? Okay.
Because that some of that stuff is already covered under some of the other budgets, so.
There are some departments that have their own in their budget, and the ones that don't, we end up paying out of our budget. So there might be some that doesn't have it, they're not planning on hiring, and then they do have to hire, and they don't have the money for the physical, so we'll cover that.
So basically, it's an insurance policy against
Well, it's a new hire.
yes,
Yeah.
right, but saying if the department doesn't have it, can be used there. Any other questions on 5200 purchase of services? Okay, 5400 supplies.
This is my recommendation. I know Holly always gets frustrated with me whenever I put this in, because I did a lump sum disallow of 1,000, so I'm sure she's probably gonna want to change this page.
Laughing, so I'm gonna guess yes.
The truth.
I know.
Because office supplies do cost money.
How are you, how are we doing this year so far on that, Holly, just to give us an idea?
Hold up here.
30%.
Through January?
Yeah, well, I just did a couple of bills, so through this last warrant, I still have about half, about 614 left.
With 3 months to go, okay, so not overly, not too bad, I guess, okay, Bob.
The only point I'd like to make this in was just acknowledging what Mike just brought up here about you looking at the BBA. Is that, when we do this in the future, it would be nice to have the most recent BBA available. For this discussion. It gives us more relevant numbers where we're at.
Great. Okay, so if you're at about half with 3 months to go and you budgeted 2,000 again last year. 1,500 if it holds, okay. Any other questions on supplies? 5,400. 5,700 other.
You have here your annual report, advertising that we have to do, and then our subscription to the Massachusetts Municipal Association.
Adam, a question for you. I know that you had talked previously about the voter's guide had been yanked out of this. Where would that have been placed?
That was taken out due to the budget. If the board were to want to put that back in, that's up to you.
I don't think we have a choice. The reason being, if you take a look at our select board operating policies, it says in there we have to do it. So I don't think we have a choice but to put that back in. So we've got to find whatever that would have been and replace it in whatever the correct account is.
The voter's guides in the policy?
Is that
Yes, it is.
to do it or to print it?
Good question. Let's take a
Because-
look.
Mr. Chair,
I had thought that,
I am
Okay.
researching the reference.
Okay.
Another organization that I belong to just put out a couple of pretty interesting, informative videos. A former selectman from North Reading, and we've already reached out to him. We want the reference.
Yep.
There is a state law mandating voters' guides get mailed out.
Oh,
And he referred to the ones with the red cover or the gray cover, one mailed to each residence in town. And my immediate, when I was watching it, I emailed him, I says, please tell me the law.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I will get back to the board if I
Okay.
can get that reference, and I'm hoping to get it sooner than later.
okay. We need to, let's please plan to see if we can put that back in, because if that comes back that it's a state law, then obviously we're gonna need that money.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
thought we talked about reducing the quantity of the annual report from 300 down to 100.
I'll let you handle
We
that.
did, so this is just kind of the number that gets put in there. They don't actually charge us per report, it's per page, and
Yeah.
they have a formula that they do. So it doesn't come down to each book is $7.50, each book is $10. I tell them how much I need and they tell me with the pages, how much it's gonna cost. So we did spend a little bit less. I think we will spend a little bit less this year, and I'm probably gonna get 100 printed
Yeah.
because we always throw away a couple boxes. It's such a
That's
waste.
what I'm saying.
100 per box?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it might be a little bit under this, but I can look at that a little
It'll
closer. too.
offset the disallowed.
Yeah, that'll help to offset the disallowed, yeah. Okay. Any other questions on 5,700 other? Right, that's it for the select board. Next up is IT. Which I gotta find.
Okay, on this one,
Adam, do you have it in front of you?
Page
I
20.
gotta find it
Thank you.
myself. Hold
I
up.
think Holly just said page 25,
Three.
25, okay.
23. Yep,
Okay, so 23, I do wanna praise the work of Mrs. Young, our new interim town administrator. She found a lot of cost savings on the IT side. You know, probably noticed the drop of in the budget.
requested 138,050 and then an administrator recommended 120,050 with a lump sum disallowed of 18 grand.
Hold up.
Yeah, I believe last year we had 129,000 in there.
Oh, so
Yeah, let me pull that up. Hold on a second. So
okay,
you see here, it dropped, yeah, so it dropped roughly almost 10K.
nice. Good.
Holly found a lot of cost savings that we were able to do here, and she's kind of like our IT person over at Town Hall. She's like the IT department head. So Holly, you want to take it from here through the chair?
Yeah, so we lowered the cost on the copiers and printers. I'm sure you all remember that.
Yep.
I brought that to the meeting and
Xerox.
we were able to
contract.
do that because we had some low use on a couple of the printers and they recommended we could just keep those for another 3 years. So that really reduced it.
Good.
And we're switching to a different payroll software and that's reducing it quite a bit.
What are we going to, just out of curiosity?
Harper's, it's actually designed for municipal use.
Oh.
And Melanie uses it in the other town she works for
Okay,
and is very familiar with it. So we're switching to that.
good.
Does anyone have any questions on anything in there?
Any questions on anything in purchase of services 5,200? Noel, and then we'll go to the crowd after that. Mr. Francis.
Considering the payroll software. Is it fair to say that some of the burden of payroll timekeeping would be more of a burden on a department head as opposed to a present payroll system that you have?
I don't believe so at all. I think for one thing, the paper timesheets that Melanie had sent out and set up are very efficient. There's a printed out version if people want to keep, writing records instead of online. Each department head or maybe foreman below them should be taking those and approving them. The way we used to do it before we had paychecks, each person kept track of their own time. Their supervisor knows that when they're coming in, when they're leaving, so they can take a look and say, oh, that is when you were here. Each person keeps track of their own, the supervisor approves them and signs off on them. So there's really no extra work because in paychecks, they're going in, they're looking at each person's and they're approving it as they go. So it's just doing it on paper or electronically on a spreadsheet versus paychecks. I don't believe it'll be any additional time on the department heads. I think the other benefit for payroll and benefits department under accounting is right now you have some departments that weren't really able to do the punch in. I mean, police with all their different shifts and all the differentials. Fire department, I don't believe they were as either. And I think DPW was the only large department that did switch over. So you had some pay sheets, some in paychecks, and it's just a lot. So it'll be more efficient for their office as well.
Well, has there been any feedback that you are aware of from department heads?
Yeah, we did get one email from someone that wasn't happy about that. They thought it would create more work.
This is just the one, not,
That's all I heard from. I don't know if Adam heard from anyone else.
I just say this because I used to be in a position where I had to do time sheets and switches, and I know I personally found it burdensome. I'm just wondering if that's an issue.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's just the actual changing to a new system.
Initially,
That
yeah,
takes
the
a
initial
little bit of
change
time.
over.
Change management is always hard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So agreed, thank you.
Well,
Any other questions for under purchase of services?
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, all right, so first thing is, I assume the landlines are because of E EMS.
the landlines are the Verizon landlines. It's majority is police. I don't think the fire department has any.
Non-emergency, would that be qualify as non-emergency? Is that the landline?
They have several landlines. There's a whole bunch of phone numbers. The police have several phone numbers for landline, and then they also have their own phone system in addition to that. I'm actually not quite sure why. That's in the police chief's budget.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it going, all right, we've got 12 landlines. Okay, there may be good reasons for that. Then we also have cell phones, 12 at $380 a month. Do we really need all of those cell phones? Everybody who, I realize everybody likes having an employer sponsored cell phone. I used to have one. In today's day and age, does this really have to be this way? Could we go to I would like to see us consider looking at something a little cheaper than that and doing an analysis of whether or not everybody who has a cell phone really truly needs the cell phone. And the next thing, domain name, $500. I know domain names can be significantly cheaper than $500, like $250, because that's what I pay for mine.
That's a .gov. So it is what it is. Basically, they charge us what they charge us, you know.
Because it's a .gov, okay.
Yeah.
All right, PDF conversions, right? You've got 4 of these for $290. Is there any reason why we can't combine them to 1 or 2 licenses
It's
instead?
per user.
Right, and what I'm saying is maybe one person does the conversions as opposed to 4 people doing conversions. And then the entree tech.
Mhm.
We've been using the same tech service for years and years. When was the last time you went out to bid to relook at those?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. It's been a while.
Just a thought is you may want to look at that to see if there's something cheaper, better, maybe it's the same price and you get more services.
Yeah, that's something I could look into.
Thank you.
On the PDF though, it's not just converting. It does everything. It's DocuSign, it's editing PDF documents. There's a lot of things that it does that we use, so.
Right, got it. Fair.
Any other questions on 5200 purchase of services for IT? All right, hearing none. Insurance and benefits. Pain.
Okay, page 84.
Thank you.
So this is the one that this board really has to keep an eye on. You all know the Worcester Regional continually goes up. This is one that we are able to kind of, at least in my tenure here, kind of keep in check with the health insurance. We've done really well with the health insurance. What I have in here is a 5% increase. That's if we are able to use our surplus. But keep in mind, with the health insurance, what we've done is we've added an additional family plan as well as a single plan. So the lump sum disallowed would essentially offset that. So this budget's actually extremely tight. You have in here so let me go to the front here, because it went up from 2,940,000 to $3,172,483. So this is going to be a significant budget driver through the years. And it's really important that you really watch your health insurance. Because if your health insurance starts going up double digits with your Worcester Regional, this could be a really significant budget breaker. So I just want the board to be aware of that moving forward. That this is the part of the budget you really got to watch. And I want to thank you have in there the backups for the Worcester Regional on the last page, page 90. You have all the insurance benefit details. I want to thank our accountant for getting those to me. And she also updated on page 89 for all the Medicare and unemployment. She did a thorough review of all that. So you actually have in here a pretty good cost analysis. And that's all I really have on this one.
Worcester Regional is supposed to end in 2036.
Correct, but then you're gonna really have to start focusing on your OPEB.
Right.
The good thing is with the OPEB, we've done really good with the retiree health insurance. We've a lot of savings there. The retirees love their plan.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that when we'll have some where we won't have as much liability. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, until that analysis is really thoroughly reviewed, it's still going to be significant. So you're always going to be just trying to catch up. It's a fact. But this is the part of the budget that has to be watched. And I urge this board and the interim TA to continue to do so. And if you have to go out to bid with health insurance, if you have to do whatever you have to do to keep your costs in line. Worcester Regional, nothing you can really do about that. It is what it is.
Yeah, they're gonna go up by a certain amount every year, and that's all there is to it.
Correct, but you're gonna have some drop-offs, like the Baldwinville School, once the closing goes through with that, we won't have to have that on our insurance. I believe that's like 4,000 right there. So all those things add up. So keep that into consideration. But this is the part of the budget that's I don't see dropping.
Right.
I just don't know how it could drop.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you get a health
It's still
insurance
gonna go up.
decrease, unless you get a health insurance decrease of like 20%,
Yeah, that'll happen.
it's going to continue to drive upwards.
Any questions on insurance and benefits 5,700? Okay. Capital expenditures.
Capital, you really have
If
none.
you're following along at home, that's section 5.
It's section 5. You have all the recommendations.
Yep.
I believe the only thing I have is that the funding for the Berry Road design.
Right, the 10 grand.
Correct, because I didn't want to
Okay.
touch the OpEx stabilization for fiscal year 26. So whatever we had left in free cash is what we used. It's really the board's decision whether they want to use that 215,000 to get the schools at 2.5 at this point. That was my recommendation to support the district. And it's really where the board wants to go. Because if you give them 0, then you're not using free cash. I recommended 2.5 because I wanted to be as fair as possible. And it is what it is.
Well, the only thing coming from capital is 10,000 for the Berry Road, which is basically our copay on that.
Correct.
Everything else is deferred.
And like I told the board, this is a bad budget year.
Yeah.
Did the best I could do. And but Justice did a good job with the capital report though.
He did. I 100% agree. The capital report was very informative. They did a very good job preparing it. Any questions on the capital? Okay. Hearing no questions on capital, we are at community services and we are 1 minute behind schedule. That was impressive. Like it. All right. Community services. Give me 1 second here. Looks like begins on page 66. We have veteran services, senior services, library, historical and culture. What would we like to go with first?
Very.
Going with library, page 77, section 4.
Okay.
Hello, Jackie. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Library is pretty cut and dried, as it's driven by the formula that we have to follow.
Right.
In order to maintain our certification. So our 5,100 is, my two wonderful library assistants and a portion of me. Over in the left-hand column, that's our municipal appropriation requirement based on that formula that I just mentioned. That's the minimum we have to get from the town in order to meet that one of the criteria for certification.
So I'm looking at that number of 96,608.
Right.
And I'm assuming the rest of your library numbers will add up to
Yes.
that. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Just checking.
Right. with
I
the-
saw 96,608 on the first page and 78,809 and I think, wait a minute.
Right. And there's a few line items that were supplemented with state aid. but,
Okay.
So
Any
5,100.
questions on 5,100? Okay, 5,110 employee support.
Okay.
Whoop, I'm sorry, Bob. I apologize. I didn't see it back there.
I just have a kind of a curious question. Jackie's pay in this seems to be broken up among multiple departments.
Mhm.
But yet, like Lori's pay, who is in charge of multiple different units. Her pay is all from one department. You know, I mean, I just don't see the purpose in breaking it up over multiple individual departments. Because let's say, just as a bad example, I'm gonna put that out there. Well, let's say TCTV no longer exists.
Mhm.
No, but I'm just saying.
No, I
Right.
love the words. I love the words.
Yeah.
But you know, there's like $6,500, I believe, of per
Salary.
salary that's in that.
Yep.
Then what?
Well,
You should have told me before I came.
I'm sorry, Steve. Can you make me?
You got your wish, Steve. You got your
No,
wish.
come on.
This is your day. You got your wish.
So.
That's my concern.
Yeah, no, it's valid concern. I think, Jackie, correct me if I'm wrong. I think part of it is, again, due to the library formula. We couldn't, like, for example, you couldn't absorb your entire salary in there and still be able to keep your library assistants. It would be,
Yeah, it would make that budget explode
yes,
for
exactly.
sure. And also it's kind of it's not a genuine reflection of
Right.
my time and how that time, as Carter originally
Designed.
designed this to sort of split my week among the
It
other.
was trying to be you were trying to be reflective of the hours you actually spend with each of the divisions as opposed to blocking it all into one place.
Right.
Makes sense.
I don't know how that compares with Lori, but it's an interesting question, so.
What happens if I pull that bottom card out? The house of cards fall.
So,
Okay. Any other questions on personnel 5,100? Okay, 5,110 employee support.
okay, these, again, I've mentioned before, our region, our CW Mars membership affords a lot of training. It doesn't cost anything, so the first and third are really the two memberships that I do take advantage of some trainings and support. And then our school library journal subscription is that kind of gives really good in-depth reviews of children's materials, so.
Any questions on employee support?
No cost of doing business.
None. 5,200 purchase of services.
Again, we have our CW Mars membership. That's a really great value for everything that they afford to us. We get an internet line through them. We get lots of trainings, our software system, everything. And then our EBSCO software for our e-newsletter, which we're gradually building. We had really hoped that we could just kind of export the emails from the library card holders in CW Mars to set up our database for the e-newsletter, but it didn't work. Because if there's one email in there that looks funky or doesn't, meet their whatever characters or whatever, then it just throws the whole thing off. So, but we are building it slowly, building the group that gets that newsletter, and we can print it, and we do, but it's just that's not really the best
Nothing.
way to view it. So.
Any questions on purchase of services 5,200? Okay, 5,400 supplies.
Supplies, again, one of the requirements for certification is we need to spend 19% of our total appropriated monies on materials. Books, magazines, AV materials, there's a 10% allowance for hardware and software. So I split that up, just again, in the interest of keeping close to that required number. I split that up between a general fund ask and supplementing with our state grant. And then minimal office supplies.
Any other questions on 5,400 supplies?
Jackie, are these all print materials? Are these digital? Is it hybrid?
It's a whole mixture of everything, yeah. And again, that 10% for technology, which is, you know, factored into that total, which is like 19,325, we can spend 10% of that on technology, so that's helpful too, you know. I think we have a grant on the books, the treasurer's been helping us to try to figure out what language may have been originally attached to it. It was many, many, many years ago, and I think, if I remember, it was to be spent on books. I think Jeff and I talked about this probably 15 years ago, about how to get that language changed, because back then they couldn't anticipate computers, but that's a big need, right? So if the grant or the gift money is like, I don't remember what it is, but say it's $20,000, well, $20,000 worth of books is a lot. We can't even put that many books in the library,
Right.
but we maybe need a computer. So, but anyways, yes,
Thank
to
you.
answer your question, yes.
Any other questions on 5,400 supplies? Silence is bliss. Veterans Services.
Just before she goes.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
just want to point out, as I usually do, and if any new residents or people that don't realize this.
Mhm.
The system, the CMAR stuff, and then that little itty building, that small building. You can go in there and they can get a book from any area library, university library, research. You don't have to go by, you don't have to travel. You can go in, see Miss Prime and say, can you get me this? And they can get you that. It's a very valuable resource. Maybe underutilized by the town, but that's why it's so important to keep that certification and keep that going. Because
Mr. Chair.
you can go in there, you know, hey, I'd like to get this because I want to research, I don't know, municipal, this, that.
Yep.
You can go there and they can get that book. It might not be on the shelf, but they'll get it for
get
you. You don't have to drive. It's a very important resource.
Jeff, you can do, sorry.
And also,
Go ahead.
also for the tech savvy, you can download the app and you just have it punch in
That
and,
was my call.
yeah, and you'll get a text or an email or a phone call that the book is there and you
Yep. Go get it.
just go get it and say hi and be on your way.
Yeah.
Anything else for library?
And thank you to my trustees, because we've got a great board right now, and
Yep.
and they are very cognizant of the, you know, the town finances. And they keep our request almost exactly to what our minimum is, what we have to appropriate. They don't go crazy with it. And so that's, my hat's off to them.
No.
You're gonna speak later on, concerning the senior services.
Yeah, yes, Ryan and I.
Yeah, they're down, they're a little down further.
I'll defer my question.
Okay.
Yep. Anything else for library? Okay, Veteran Services. Veteran Services is on page 66 of part 4. Hello, Michelle.
Very good day to you all.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Be my guest. Personnel, 5,100.
So there's no changes there. So we have questions there.
Anyone with any questions on that with no changes? Silence is bliss. Let's move on. 5,110, employee support.
So there are no changes on this page either. So the only conference that you all pay for the town here is the annual conference in Leominster.
Anyone, anything on 5,110? Okay, 5,200 purchase of services.
Nothing here either. And you don't pay for this one. We just leave it here just in case I ever leave. And we just leave it open for somebody that needs the conference
Ah.
this town.
Anything for 5,200? 5,400 supplies.
No changes here either.
Anything for 5,400? Okay, and 5,700 other.
And this is the only change. We're just reducing the, reducing it to 85,000.
That aligned with what you,
Yes, because I actually don't use the funding here.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's good then.
yeah.
It's not gonna hurt our
Not-
benefits.
It's
that's
absolutely,
the-
it's
That
absolutely
was
not
my
gonna hurt our
question. I
veterans
looked at
whatsoever.
that and I went, whoa.
that's exactly what I was looking for, is it's
Yeah.
not gonna hurt us.
Especially
anymore.
since
Absolutely
things are
not.
changing on the federal level.
There is definitely enough, how do I say this, funding for the veterans. Because there's a lot more benefits for the
Mhm.
for the veterans, I should say. So coming from the VA side, so it's not gonna hurt our veterans at all.
That's what we were, 85 is what we did last year.
The
Well-
claims, there's a ton of claims going out, a ton of claims
Right
going
now.
out. Yes.
Yeah, you were at end of January, you were at 30%. Spending 27.
Like I can honestly tell you, I probably process 10 to 15 claims a week.
It's good to know.
So, and so even though the chapter 115 benefits are like remaining the same, and there's even a couple more chapter 15 benefits coming through the town, the claims are also like increasing. So
Any other questions on 5,700 or anything else for veteran services? Okay. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you.
Appreciate that.
And for you.
Next, Michelle. Next up, senior services, page 71. Hey, Jackie, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello,
You all know Ryan Brown, our fabulous.
Ryan. How are you?
good, how are you?
Oh, well, thank you. All right, let's start with 5,100 personnel.
Okay.
Won't help if I can't see.
So again, there's a portion of my time. There's Ryan, we did increase her hours from the 15 when we hired her to 19.5, which still isn't enough. Activities, dispatcher and assistant dispatcher. And then the outreach coordinator comes out of the formula grant. That's why there's
Okay.
0 in the request column there.
Okay.
Along with the drivers.
Mhm.
And again, you've heard me say this before, but approximately 20 hours of my salary and each month, and 30 hours of the dispatcher's salary each month is reimbursed, as well as all the drivers' salaries are reimbursed by MART. They go back into the general fund. It's a different account. It
Mhm.
doesn't go directly to the senior center. So
Any questions on 5,100 personnel?
Is it not just Ryan that needs more hours, but I was looking at activities coordinator, dispatcher, are those all good? 19.5 each on board?
I think so.
every now and then they're kind of struggling, feeling like they're gonna go over their hours, but for now, I defer to Ryan if she thinks it's workable.
Okay.
Any other, yes, Noel, go ahead.
Quick question. Winchton may be facing the elimination of their senior services, and my question is, if that should happen, would there be any possibilities of combining your services with theirs, or would that present?
You mean opening our doors to Winchendon or?
That, or maybe the employees of the senior services, should they be cut? And I think it's a very high likelihood that they are going to be cut. Talking with Winchendon residents. And I'm just wondering if that would present an opportunity to increase the hours of the senior center director, which would
Increased services.
Like regionalized, so to
Regionalized,
speak.
Hang on,
Yeah,
Regionalized.
that's over my head.
go ahead. Hang on here and then here.
Okay, so, just to kind of like, we use Winchendon for the transfer station.
Yeah.
Something that it's a capability that we don't have, but
They
we
do.
leverage the other community. I didn't know that situation was gonna occur.
It's
Is
not
this,
definite, but I think it's highly likely.
but I mean, like
Highly
early and
likely.
often, if we needed to get into like a discussion to say, like the transfer station, we enter into an agreement, you're able to give us some, they can't fund the whole thing. Maybe they have some money for it or personnel resources or otherwise.
Right.
Is that an opportunity for us?
For
That's really my question.
for the, Winchton and Courier, it's the library, senior center, and, Parks and Recreation that will be cut so far.
They have a $4 million debt.
How much? I know at one point, and I don't know if this is still valid or correct, and maybe I just got it wrong to begin with. Was that seniors could use other towns,
They can.
they can't. So if Winchton Senior Center closes, what is the likelihood, especially with the location of our senior center?
Probably high.
Yeah,
Very
of them
high.
coming.
Here.
Coming from there
Yeah.
to us.
It depends on if it's bingo day.
But, no,
So our doors are open to all surrounding towns. There's so many seniors who hop from center to center. It's just like the name of the game. So I would imagine we would get a lot more people, and we are getting more people already. Since I've been there, our average daily attendance is up like 5 or 6 people, and it continues to grow. So
do we need to somehow account for that? Again, we'd be supporting another community. But if there's a high likelihood of doing that, we really need some sort of support, some sort of help from, I'll say, the losing community. It's great. I love the fact our doors are open. I think this is all very positive. It's just, how do we make sure we first take care of our own and then help take care of the
Right.
surrounding communities?
I think it's a conversation between TAs to pick up the phone and say, have I got a deal for you? Seriously.
Yeah.
Don't be disillusioned. I mean, Templeton seniors also go to other seniors, so like Gardner and
Absolutely.
Hubbardston, Winston, they all interchange.
But if you drop one out of the mix, I
Right.
apologize.
The rest all kind of get, the brunt has to be absorbed by the remainder. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Toth.
Jackie, I'll work with you on this, and I'm rusty on this, and I don't know the ins and outs. I remember about 8-10 years back, the town of Orange and Athol were going through similar gyrations, and there was a lot of bad press.
Mm.
And I'm not gonna quote it all, but if a senior center closes, they cannot use other senior centers. The same with a library. I need to find that reference, and I will certainly work hand in hand with you on that. So we can get the honest answer and be able to disseminate it correctly. Yeah,
That's
not that I don't want to see anybody get served,
Oh,
but
right.
No, of
we
course
need
not.
to do it correctly and make sure we're not putting ourselves in a position of jeopardy.
100%.
I mean, currently, we have some Phillipston residents utilizing our senior center. Phillipston has no senior center.
Right.
They never have. So I'd be curious
Yeah.
about that. Sure.
Like I said, I don't recall what it was, but I know when we went through our gyrations and our financial challenges and we were at risk of losing our library, that was one of the big
Right.
showstoppers. It's like, no, we lose ours, we can't go.
I went to
anywhere.
Gardner and they refused to serve us because we weren't paying that CWMR's fee. They said, "I'm sorry, we can't
Yep.
take you."
Yeah, you don't
So,
want that.
so,
Back
so in
in
that
that
respect,
day.
an intermunicipal agreement may not be possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll research it. I will certainly work with you on
Okay.
that.
Thank you, Mr. Toth, for taking that on.
Yep, and I'm sorry, I just don't remember
Yeah.
all of it.
No, of course not. Of course not. How can you remember all these portions of Massachusetts state law that are all gobbledygook to begin with?
He does.
Got thrown under again. Mr. Francis.
I just want to reiterate a point I made many times before, and I want to make it again. Over 30% of our population, 30% of the taxpayers are elderly.
Yep.
And I've always felt that not to have a full-time senior services director is just a punch in the face to the elderly. I really feel that way. And I know that we don't have the budget to do it. We probably won't for several years to come, but that doesn't make the
Any less
payment
important.
less.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
Understood, understood, and it's a valid point.
And to just point out too, that this 5,100 does not include any staff for the kitchen which will
Oh,
likely be
geez, yeah.
finished in this fiscal year that we're
That's
talking
another
about.
story we have to talk about.
Ryan, if you want to talk about your trainings that you and one of the volunteers have taken.
I've done all the things,
Serve
serve
safe.
safe, choke hazard, allergen, all of the things. So
Mhm.
we're ready.
That's good. Thank you. Good.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent.
I
That's
have,
good.
but I have been kind of chatting with some other senior center
Good.
directors that have kitchens to kind of like get some ideas and different things like that. So it's thought about.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that it's at forefront of mind. That's the important part, and we'll. Any other questions on 5100 personnel? 5110 employee support.
We've got our phones for the drivers.
Yep.
Those are reimbursed 100% by Mart. MCOA membership dues. The staff has attended some of the conferences, workshops, and Ryan will probably join them this year.
Good.
And, oh, sorry, the MCOA gives us a lot of support, and then the conference is separate.
Any questions on 5110 employee support? Yes, Holly,
A comment.
go ahead.
On the cell phones, I just wanted to, Liz had asked about this with the other cell phones. I just wanted to let everyone know that we have switched everyone over to FirstNet through AT&T.
Yep.
Fire department already had it, police already have it. We switched ours over from Verizon Wireless, and when I had talked to Jackie about the cell phones, they were old, they were, I think, track phones or something. So
geez.
we did switch these over as well to
Okay.
FirstNet. So we're getting the best price we can on those.
Good. Thank you, Holly.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments on 5110 employee support? 5200 purchase of services.
My senior center gives us, tons of statistics that we can, project and draw from. The yoga and program instructors, our yoga classes are big, right? They're very popular. And then we split the movie viewing license with
Like Parks and Rec.
recreation. Yeah,
Yep, Parks
because
and
they
Rec splits that,
they
that's
usually
good.
show the movies. Well, they use some.
At least one at Christmas at the senior
Right.
center too.
Yeah, so that's a good collaboration.
Anything on 5200 purchase of services?
So,
Yes, Bob.
real quick, simple thing.
Yeah.
I noticed you said you and Rex split the services on the movies. I noticed your fee is listed as $350 and theirs was listed as $450. Is either one of those inaccurate?
I don't think so. I think that represents the total. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I think it's,
Okay, I just, when it says split, I just.
they show some movies in the park
Park, yeah,
and.
They take a little greater on the license because they take a little greater usage.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
verify it. Just, oversight.
Yeah.
Valid
they're not
question, Bob.
50-50.
Anything else on 5200 purchase of services? 5400 supplies.
Okay, many of these things are either paid out of our formula grant.
Yep.
Or reimbursed through Mart.
Yep.
But Ryan took a deep dive into them to sort of figure out exactly where the best estimate lies for all of these.
Bounced out craft supplies completely.
I guess,
Don't
yeah, we
need-
must have enough stuff.
I say you have enough stuff kicking around evidently, or?
A lot.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to ask.
Everybody wants to give the senior center
okay.
their stuff. That's what it is.
Don't even have to ask for donations.
We don't.
That's nice.
We don't want any more puzzles, just FYI. Like, especially if there are 1,000 pieces.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. All right. Anything on 5400 supplies? Yes, Gail.
Just to reiterate though, our town has about 30% elderly.
Yeah.
And 16% children of
Mhm.
school age. And yet they get the majority of the budget.
Anything else on that line? 5700 other.
We've got a volunteer appreciation party, which was just held a few weeks ago. And then the Mart miscellaneous for just kind of cleaning the vehicles out. We've got a new vehicle, so we really want to keep it nice. Adam did a 510 disallowed, so we'll have to kind of cobble together something when
Time comes.
the time comes, right? And Bob's getting me a new estimate for the outdoor vehicle shelter.
Yep.
Which has already gone to capital. So I hope to have that soon and we can make a decision if we want to do that before this.
Any questions on 5,700 others?
Um,
Yes, okay, hang on, yeah, no, yeah, we're all right, it's okay, Noel, and then we'll come to Gil. Noel, go ahead.
This is related to the shelter, and, I guess my first question is on the senior center kitchen, is that moving ahead the way it should?
It is. We hit a little bit of a snag with the sprinklers. The fire chief felt that he needed a little more of a look to make sure that the sprinklers in that area were going to be adequate. So he and the architect, the SSV architects, have been kind of working together. Brian was able to find an old kind of blueprint that I think really satisfied some of what the fire chief was looking for in terms of
Wow.
Good,
sprinkler placement.
Been digging in the files lately.
very resourceful, very good.
So hopefully we're on track. I know La Rochelle was over there Thursday. So I think we're on, I mean, I couldn't say on track. It was supposed to start in early March. I think I'm hopeful that the major roadblock with the sprinklers is neutralized. So.
And I want to follow up.
Yep.
On the outdoor vehicle shelter.
Yep.
I seem to remember when I sat on the capital improvements committee 2 years ago. That is when that came up. Is that accurate?
Yes,
So the money has not yet been expended or?
but it would be taken out of this formula grant. So, but no, nothing's been expended. Bob had come up with a couple of options at that time. So I just asked him to sort of update those and see where we're at. I think it makes sense. Our drivers are all retired folks, and it's a lot for them to.
It is.
Yeah.
One of our drivers, his grandkids come with him if it snows to clean up the cars and help him get them out.
Oh, geez.
I'm not questioning whether it's needed or not, but there's really a larger issue here, the kitchen and the outdoor shelter and also the repairs to the library is. One of the things that I found in looking at the budgets versus actuals is we have a lot of money that's tied up, it's unexpended funds, and a lot of those unexpended funds are for construction projects. And it just appears to me, and I think Scout Hall is one possible example, but in Gardner, I know they're a much larger city with people, but they go from idea to design, to funding, to building. It's a 2-year cycle, more or less. And our cycle is all over the place. It's 5 years, it's 6 years.
Yeah.
But it's a serious problem. And the senior center kitchen is the perfect example. If we had a 2-year cycle, the cost of the kitchen would have been $150,000 instead of $338,000. So that leads to the larger question of, do we need a procurement officer who may save more money than their salary? Much like the grant writer, she has brought in more money than 4 or 5 times more money than, her salary. I just, when I look at the budget versus actuals, I identify this in my mind as a really serious problem. And, when I heard about the possibility of the senior center kitchen being held up, and I'm glad it's not being held up. But what if it was held up for a year? And then it might be $400,000 instead of $338,000.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a real problem. Thank you.
I'm not sure which of you was first.
You go.
Go.
Yeah, right, exactly, fair.
I like what Noel was just saying, and I want to put another point across.
Mhm.
If we had a 2-year plan, we wouldn't be where we are with the Main Street Bridge right now,
No, understandably, you're right.
because that lagged for 3.
Yep.
And that went from 1.8 million
4.
to 4 plus.
No,
So it's a very good point.
understandable. Liz?
I may have missed it someplace in here. I know there was a disallow on the generator. and pads there. The senior center needs the generator for the shelter. Old, elderly, it's not full. So, I consider it a concern. I consider it's becoming a necessity to keep our townspeople safe and get it done, just somehow. I don't know how, get it done.
Generator out of capital?
It's someplace, I know it's someplace in the budget book. I just can't find it at the second, but it was disallowed.
Generator might be out of capital, and I mean, basically everything out of capital is disallowed, so I
Oh,
mean,
it was on,
It has-
in here and it
has
was
gone.
disallowed.
maybe.
No,
Yeah.
I think it was,
It's not in senior center.
No, it's not in senior center.
I did see it in here though.
I saw it last night. Can't find it now.
I saw it last night. I'm just wondering if our capital plan and our select board work plan should merge with definitive dates and agendas. That's been on my mind. 2-year plan, 2-year work plan, go to capital, see what, like, I know advisory board has a little blip on TCTV where Andrews, they pick their priorities, because I tried to list bridge, road, senior center, all the stuff that needs to get done in town. And there's more than 13 things that we're talking big ticket items. And advisory with Andrew went on and picked, like, I think the top 6 and said $6 million, and, you know, to match up with the cost. So how do you coordinate that with the select board work plan over time? On agendas.
Point to make.
He's right. He's right. Liz, it was in buildings and grounds.
Oh, okay.
You saw.
Thank
I
you.
Thank
missed
you,
it.
Mike.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions for senior services?
I just would like to point out, if you look at their budget, a good chunk of it, at least about half of it, does not come from direct taxation in Templeton. It comes grants from the state, from the federal government. It is
Yeah,
tax
right.
dollars, but you fill up your car, you buy something, you pay sales tax on everything. That's where that grant money comes from. It is funded by about half from various grants. So you look at that budget, you know, people say, senior, we're spending all this money. How many do we have?
Really not.
It's a lot less than what you see, because they come out of those grants and they're applied for and it comes back. So it's our tax dollars that we send east of 495, at least we're getting a couple pennies on the dollar that we send that way for a very vital service, in my opinion, because
But from what I
no
hear.
big deal, I'm 68, big deal, but next year I'm not gonna be 67. We're all going that way. We're all
I'm still gonna be
becoming
12.
seniors sooner or later. So
Yes.
I just,
Amen.
that's one of those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
But from what I hear in the room, we're top heavy on some of our school, you know, not to just keep picking at that. We're top heavy on some things and our tax dollars could be spread out.
However,
Open
granted, we do get
capital.
very good bang for our buck from senior center money because again, of the grants, we do get very good bang for our buck on that. Any other questions regarding senior center or senior services?
One more quick point on the shelter thing. That is not only. That's a big safety thing, but anyone who has to clean up vans. Snow and all of that, because if you don't get it all off and you drive down the road, something falls off. Click, because everybody has a camera, and then your next thing you know, Templeton's in the courthouse. If we don't have garages and everything to, you know, put that stuff in, so shelter. Especially in the wintertime, is very important from a safety standpoint, a legal standpoint, which is financial standpoint. So the sooner we get that done, the less it will cost, and it will increase the safety of that service. That's all I have.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. Next up, historical and culture. And we're going to page 81 of section 4. Okay, yeah, go. Thank you. Hello, and how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Oh, spectacular.
So I'm here for the cultural part, not the
Okay.
historical part.
Okay, so let's do the, so, let's see. It's all combined, isn't it?
It's technically combined,
Okay.
but we only report on the cultural part of
All
it.
right, so speak to the culture part of it.
How is today?
It's one line, it's one page
I'm
anyway,
well,
so
how are you?
Fine, thank you.
one page, so go for it.
So, our concerns are more, focusing on that summer concert series that we've been trying to hold.
Mhm.
And, as you try to get entertainment, we're finding it's not very cheap. And, again, you've heard my story about porta potties. They're not very cheap, even though, Sheldon Portable has been holding our price for 3 years in a row. So we're pretty lucky with that. And so, in order for us to get, bigger bands or any entertainment, anything ranges from $800 to $1,800. So, that's why we feel like we're asking for like 1,500 for entertainment and porta potties and, flyers and supplies.
Any questions on the cultural side of things?
Can you make it work?
Oh, I can make this work, yeah.
Hmm.
Whatever you give us, we make it work. We always do. We're very appreciative of every dollar that you give us, so we understand, the concerns of the budget, but any questions?
Bob?
Yes, I have one question regarding, and this is gonna be off the wall, but since we were talking about the ADA issues earlier,
Mhm.
the porta potties, do we have ADA
I've seen them.
certified porta potties?
That means, disability?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I checked into that and I guess, don't quote me because I don't have the quote.
Okay.
But, it has to be a certain amount of people that attend this, event.
Mhm.
If I get a handicap accessible porta potty, now remember, this is a 2-hour event.
Mhm.
It's a $300 for a handicap accessible versus $160.
Mhm.
So, that's why we went with the standard unit, because, it's about 100 people that show up. So if it becomes where I have to have an ADA, then it will be eliminated completely, because $300 is almost 2 events.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And we just did it, just to have people show up. It was, we're trying to keep people at the event and whatnot.
Yep.
And, so if that's your question, I hope I answered it.
You know what the number limit is? We would have to go up to the ADA? You said about 100 attend each event, give or take.
But I think it's 300.
Oh, okay, so you're
But-
still well below that number.
But
Okay.
again, I don't know the true law of it.
Okay.
So, I'd have to look into that further for it,
Okay.
but,
You wonder if there would be a business or even a public building, there's the church, the library,
the church,
just that 1-2 hours.
the church has been,
ADA.
like a couple of times the band members showed up and they all had to use the restroom, and luckily the church was just getting out of service and they allowed them to use it. I mean, I guess we could ask.
Just for ADA part of it, maybe, just
It's not.
Church?
I don't think
First
it
church?
is.
The first church is not ADA.
Not compliant.
It's not compliant.
No,
Yeah, I
they
was
don't-
gonna
they
say, I
have
think
they have a
it's
chair,
compliant.
but no, it's not compliant.
Yeah. So, so we basically did it out of convenience.
Mhm.
It seems that, people do stay longer because if they bring a lunch or whatnot and they have to go to the bathroom.
Yep.
But, if it becomes a concern, I mean, I just can't justify, spending $1,500 on a band for 2 hours and then, $300 on a porta potty.
Right.
for 2 hours.
I mean, we're stretching it as it is with the porta potty. I mean, like I said, if it becomes a real issue, then it gets eliminated.
Okay.
You have any question?
I just was hoping Adam could give us some clarification. One of the culture members asked me about the $300 lump sum disallowed, and I kind of recalled that was for historical rather than cultural, but if Adam could.
Adam, can you clarify that, please?
Probably stepped out. Maybe she
Watching
might-
for the red light. Adam, are you there?
Hello?
There
Hello?
we go.
What was the question?
repeat the question, Jack? The lump sum disallowed on historical and culture. What was the, where is that supposed to be pointed to?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Jackie, was that because historical wasn't spending all of it?
That's what I was recalling, but someone emailed me last night and I didn't want to speak until I had confirmed that with you.
That was my intent because they weren't expending the whole 600, so I did a lump sum disallow of 300. Cultural, I don't think we have an issue with. I think they usually are pretty good at spending it.
Okay.
That's, try to use almost every
That's what we thought. That's what Jackie thought. We just wanted to confirm it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions about cultural? Yeah.
I just wanted to ask while I had the selectman board here. Last year I had emailed Candy on the recreation department.
Mhm.
We our new thing now is we're printing out big banners and we put them on. She allowed us to put it on Gilman and Waite, one of the fences. I just want to check to make sure that's okay again this year. Do I have to check with her, or is it something she had to check with you guys?
She didn't check.
I mean, we put it up, we make sure it comes down.
Yeah, I think it's her with her.
Are you talking about town signs?
Yeah, but it's the, yeah.
Cultural Council at Gilman Waite.
Yes, that would be through recreation.
So I would, if I'm gonna
believe
do it
so.
again this year, I have to double check with her.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other thing is we use those sandwich boards to advertise our upcoming events on the town common. Is it still okay to put the sandwich boards on the town common? And, or could I also put one here, like, up here? On the lawn?
Town hall on.
Yeah,
Could, but that would be, it's kind of another town sign thing. So that would just send that to our office.
send it to your office.
Yeah, you just have to get the approval to put it out there and then we
Okay,
have you
so
put
I
the
would have
date.
to ask Candy about the one in Gilman Waite still.
Yeah.
Okay, just like a paper trail to say yes, and you guys know what's going on.
Yeah, and having the approval.
Okay, and then, so you need an approval to put, the sandwich
Yeah.
signs at,
The common.
the common.
Yeah, the common and town hall would be to our office.
Okay, so that's something new, because I didn't know, because last year I never asked anybody for any of it except for the Gilman Waite one, so
Right.
I'm glad I asked that.
Yeah,
Because I
fairly
don't want to put it there expensive, but I wanted them to do
They
Okay.
put a sticker on it.
the sticker on, oh,
Yeah.
put a sticker on.
Yeah, sign policy.
Approved.
Anything
Oh,
else
okay.
anything else for cultural? Okay, historical.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Anyone here for historical? Adam, anything on historical that you can provide? There's nobody here for it. Unmute.
I believe that was what Jackie, we just put in what the last year request was, correct?
We did.
Through the chair.
Okay. Any questions on historical? Hearing none. If you move to section 6 in your packets, we will now discuss the cable enterprise fund. Mr. Castle.
Afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Office supplies.
Hey.
I always get my paper clips off before.
All right.
I'm gonna try to do this by paper this time.
Hey, there's a theory.
Yeah.
All right, Steve.
That's an old version of Windows.
Well, works better too.
Right? All right, Steve, let's
All
talk.
right.
100, please.
Got it.
Your personnel file.
Uh,
We are on section 6 of the book, please. Cable Enterprise Fund has its own package.
Okay.
Okay, Steve, go for it.
Personnel files were, this is the same personnel
Mhm.
staffing that we put in for last year. And as you see, the lump sum disallowed is 53,000. We are going for a digital equity grant through MRPC and
Mhm.
Mass Tech, which we hope can help us with that.
If you get the grant, do you have an idea of what that amount would be? Curiosity purposes?
We're
Is there a range?
still preparing the application for it, but what I figure we would need to run the program is about $53,000.
So that's what you're shooting for.
Yeah,
is-
and I was advised to do it in matching funds.
Mhm.
And I just need to work with MRPC on that, and I don't know what they're gonna do. The hardware that we figure for the projects we'd like to do for digital equity, very ballpark figure right now, about 30,000. And I still need to get the entree figures. So Holly, if we can work them a little bit. I think I sent you some things that we're.
Yeah, I think I still had a few more questions. It's,
Okay.
but we'll connect on that and I'll get it into them.
Yeah, because we don't know if we're gonna need them, for instance, to expand Wi-Fi at the library or get better Wi-Fi here or other places. That's a lot of issues.
Yes, Ms. Griffiths?
What's the timing on the application and the callback?
Next
for the-
couple months, so I'm hoping that we
Or
know
June.
by, you know, town meeting whether we have,
Oh, before May.
I hope. I don't know.
Okay.
So that's that. And I want you to know too, that, right now we're not using part-time media assistants on, the last line there of that, but Sarah is coming back from college in May. She's a cranker. We love giving her hours and would like to hire Izzy back from Gansett. We hope Mass Hire has a program. We're working with 3 interns right now. One of them, Rachel from Murdoch, is in an AP program, is a capstone project. They get credit for it.
Hey,
So that's very helpful, especially if we can get people year round. So we are getting free help.
any questions on Mr. Castle on 5100 personnel? Okay, 5110 employee support.
Employee support, on the following pages, you'll see a bunch of zeros. It's not Adam being mean to us. It's things that we cut. We wanted you to let you know what we cut. The Montechusett Scene Production was going to be a flagship show for our Montechusett.tv website. I was hoping we'd work with a professional producer who knows more than I do and have advanced training for our staff. We can't afford it.
Fair enough.
It's gone. So we're just gonna have to get experience ourselves.
Okay.
And I think we can handle that. So the Mass Access membership, this is our trade association.
Yep.
They're very valuable. The Chambers of Commerce, we haven't even joined North Central yet. And we also sponsor some things to try to network and get in front of businesses who we hope to turn into clients and sponsors. The staff training and education, you never know what comes up, but I think we're gonna have to tap into this for some other things, as you'll see in a minute. The Toastmasters membership, I zeroed out because no one was taking advantage of it, but I would like it back, and Toastmasters is interested in using Scout Hall once a month.
Oh,
So they're gonna be here possibly, and everyone can use communications help. I need to go back myself, and I could go out and charge for speeches. So, it's not just speech and oratory, it's all communications, and most people go to Toastmasters report that they become better leaders and better communicators, even with their families,
yeah.
where it counts the most, right?
Eh,
So,
Questions on 5110 employee support?
some scholarships we zeroed out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
yeah.
The services,
200 purchases,
I'm sorry.
Before that, Liz, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so there's a lump sum 1350 disallow. Are you
Mhm.
gonna be able to? I'm really big on training. I'm really big on
Yeah.
education. And I see what most of what this is. And I'm afraid it's gonna come out of staff training and education. And with everything that his team does, how much is that gonna hurt?
I gotta make it work, like everyone else is set up here.
I'm just asking a question.
No, that's valid,
Yeah,
100% valid.
I would love it back. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
And there may be some other places we can do that.
Okay,
So we're willing to work on it.
okay.
Shall we?
Yep, continue the
Bonus.
purchase of services.
Services, this is where it's gonna get really tight, and the past couple years, made sure we're putting most of our subscriptions and things in there. Subscriptions are things that it's tough to get breaks on. So you can see like even the phone and internet service from Comcast, that's at 2 locations right now. That's actually brought back from about 10,000 because we're not spending as much on Scout Hall as we thought we would.
Oh, that's good.
We could spend more, but maybe that'll come with a grant. And the promotional budget is good for things like banners, the T-shirts that, we need to replenish if we're gonna do giveaways, business cards, things like that. We may have to tap into that. The thing in bold, I added the drone certification and insurance. We do have a certified drone pilot as a volunteer.
Oh.
But if we're gonna do any work, if somebody wants us to do a drone shot, we have to be certified.
Yep.
And, well, he's certified, but we have to have the insurance.
Yeah.
So, that's in there. I forgot to put in, well, actually, let me go back. The Adobe Creative cloud, we may be able to take that off.
Okay,
If we assign that to a nonprofit educational foundation, you can get it,
oh,
I think, for free.
Oh.
Or greatly discounted, so.
Okay.
We'll try to do that as well. I forgot to put on our web hosting and security. We're paying $877 a quarter, so roughly 4,000 a year for that, and we're gonna have to pull it, maybe from training, as I said earlier, maybe from the promotions, maybe from the Final Cut license. We may not need that, maybe from Constant Contact. We may be able to go in with WBI on that, and maybe from supplies on the next page.
okay.
So my apologies for that. We can add that if we wanted in the official budget.
Any questions on 5,200 purchase of services? Yep, go ahead with the coverage.
$1,000 or 1,200.
It was 1,000 when we started it a couple of years ago. It's gone up to over 1,100 for us.
So
Sorry for that.
I'm just wondering because again, I've said it before. The software that Highway bought for $36,000 has room for more departments. And they have one charge for cloud across the board a month. And I'm not sure if it's something that you want to have a conversation with Bob. He just got back together with, as he said earlier, with the producer Arnab Bomick
Yeah.
for the services. So
I'll talk to him about it. I know the cloud services that we have in our capital would go through our TV server company, and I don't think they would,
agree to it.
yeah,
Okay.
agree, or it would be very clunky to use that.
Mr. Caplis?
Your insurance, is that just a rider on your current insurance policy, or is that a separate policy for
Is
this?
this for the what, the drone? I think you just have to get a separate,
It has to, what's the policy? You can't get a rider.
I don't know, maybe it can be. I haven't done it yet.
Okay, understood. Also, what was the cable's total monies for subscription use? Do you know what that total number is?
I don't offhand, but I can get it for you.
No, I'm sure it's in the book somewhere. Adam, you have it?
Did he hear you?
Sure we can.
Adam, did you get that?
I couldn't hear Mr. Caplis because he doesn't have a mic in front of him, I don't think.
I do not have a mic. You know what the amount for the cable user fees was gonna be for Templeton? The total amount?
Cable user fees, we're projecting 125.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I don't know.
Anyways.
Anything else on 5,200 purchase of services? 5,400 supplies.
For supplies, 3,000, I don't know what to expect for supplies. We've never had a office space. I can tell you our supplies are things, we have a little printer, there'll be paper, ink, SD cards for the camera, USB cords, which are the bane of my existence, connectors, the other bane of my existence. And I pulled this from capital. We usually ask for a $15,000 bucket for miscellaneous purchases, and I've reduced that to 10 and pulled 3,000 in here. And again, we may have to tap into this to afford some of the services. And the heating oil, that's for 3 Elm Street, which I think was covered a little bit this morning. I think we use about 700 of that a year. I'll have to check with Bob, but and I also heard talk about the Scout Hall oil. I don't know how much he's paying, but if you want to assign the Scout Hall oil to here, we'll figure it out. But again, we're struggling to pay for everything at this point. So we're willing to work with you on it.
Any other questions for 1,500, for 5,400 supplies? Okay, 5,600 intergovernmental.
I usually let Adam figure
Adam?
all this out.
This is the breakout for the Medicare, unemployment, and the insurance. I believe Mr. Castle has 2 full-timers. So that's for the benefits and all that we have to cover for his employees,
Okay.
CCTV employees.
Any questions on 5,600 intergovernmental? Gail?
Why is this broken out separately from every other department?
Adam?
Because it's an enterprise fund.
Yep, Cable's an enterprise fund.
For everything? I'm sorry.
No, cable's been an enterprise fund. Cable's an
For
enterprise
a
fund
few years.
for a few years.
No,
Go ahead,
you
Jen.
know,
I know what you're saying, because right now,
Thank you.
he's got a budget of $177,873, and he's got cable usage money coming in at 125. So obviously the difference here of like almost, $50,000. So is the taxation dollars offsetting your budget? Is that how that works?
I think Adam has offered 50,000 in free cash and we've gotten 50,000 from the light department pilot for the capital only, and we're still 50,000 short in personnel.
Which you're hoping to get from the grant.
Right.
Yeah, that's 52, yeah, the
So
difference.
we're basically cobbling this budget together.
I'm still, I mean, because I'm still not tracking it, because obviously there's a difference of 52,873. So if you take the 50,000 from free cash, leaves 2,873 minus, then you add another 50,000
Pilot.
from the pilot.
Yep, that's 100.
Yeah, so now you're in the positive now of, $48,000.
I don't.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Please,
So your numbers are looking different because if you look at the next page, it shows a 0, all pending pilot with light and water. So you can't really count the pilot. And you're also have to take into consideration he's using all of his retained earnings of $3,650. So if you go to the cable overview page, that gives you a better snapshot. It should be on the second page of section 6.
Well, basically what we're saying here, if you look at the second page of section 6, is that applying 50,000 of free cash to TCTV balances their budget, and then whatever they get from the pilot for the light and from light and water would go against their 5,700 other needs. And then there's still the potential for them to get a grant for some of their personnel needs.
That's correct, because I have a 0 for his capital. I put 0 in there.
Right, yeah, the 5,700 cage is zeroed out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She went first. Okay, then we'll go over there. I like the fact that you're trading. This is good.
Equality.
I like the fact you're trading. This is good. Go ahead, Liz.
All right, so he's got 50, a disallow of 50, if I can read this, 53,000 out of personnel.
Yep.
Right? And then this is an enterprise fund. Isn't ambulance an enterprise fund? If ambulance services is also an enterprise fund, I don't understand why then they don't have that extra page that Steve does. That's my first question. My second question is this.
They actually do.
They do?
Look at page 1 of section 8.
All right, okay.
That's
fine.
okay.
Okay, all right, all right, I'll take away that one.
Fine.
This is very messy. The whole thing is very messy.
Yep.
Steve comes, as TCTV in front of various boards all the time, expressing his concern over his finances. Finances of the department, not his personal. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean it that way.
Got to now.
All right, we really, I know it's a tough year.
Yeah.
But we have to come up with a way. TCTV.
To sustainably fund TCTV and
It's an essential service at this point, and I consider it no different really than police and fire. Their safety, but his department provides other services that are just as important, educational, informational.
Yep.
This is too messy.
And Ms. Tove, I wholeheartedly agree. We do need to find a way to sustainably fund TCTV.
Can we somehow get that on a future? Can we get that in a plan someplace, please? Sorry. Please. Thank you.
Mr. May.
And I just wanted to reiterate that I really don't like the idea of looking at this and seeing that TCTV's entire financing is one-time money.
Mhm.
Just a consolidation of different one-time money funds, so we're nowhere next year. We're at zero.
Yep.
That doesn't suit me well either, because as you all know, I watch these meetings for local government, and they're very important.
Yep.
If, we want to talk about transparency, we want to talk about anything involving the community, bringing people to town meeting, these meetings do it.
Mhm.
And we need TCTV for that. And, COVID really brought that point home.
No, 100%.
So I think this needs to be a priority of the select board to find funding for TCTV.
Again, a sustainable solution moving forward.
Yes.
No,
Just
As-
wanted.
as I said to Mrs. Yep, as I said to Mrs. Toth, I 100% agree with you. We need to find a way to sustainably fund this moving forward.
I also wish we could be creative with the school and, because they could use some of their recordings aren't as top quality as this.
Well, I believe that the Narragansett Regional School District previously had a TV production program, and I think that was cut somewhere along the line. If I remember correctly, Steve, you might know a little bit more about that than I do.
Yeah, about 2018, 19.
Okay, so that's been cut for a half dozen years at least at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah.
So, okay. Anything else with regards to the cable enterprise fund?
Did you want to go over the 5,700 stuff, and you have copies of what we submitted to the
Yeah,
light
we-
department, so you can see it kind of matches what
Mhm.
we have in.
Even with the pilot, you're not gonna get everything, but you'll be able to
Right.
prioritize at
Right.
least what your most important
Is it
needs
okay
are.
to hand this around?
Is that the same thing that you gave, that you was in the last select board packet?
No.
This is different?
No, and this pulls out what's in capital up top for what we would
You
spend the
can-
money.
You can hand that out, yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
Would it be?
Yeah, you can give that to us, that's fine, and that'll be included with the. Well, no, it's- yeah, please, just pass one around, is it enough for everybody?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
Thank you.
If not, I'll have to increase my print budget.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Hey, we stopped.
You know, as
making
serious as these conversations are, at least we're getting a few ha-has out of it, I
We
mean.
stopped making the penny because it
The
cost
current
3 cents
zero.
to make a penny, so the government stopped making.
Triple it.
4 cents to
Coming
make a
down.
penny.
Anything else for Steve?
And I would say I welcome the discussions about sustainable funding. I hope we can do that sooner rather than later, because I'll echo the police chief, I can't deal with another year of this.
No, I 100% agree with you. I think it's one of many conversations that are gonna have to be had over the coming year, Steve, and that we're gonna have to make some difficult
Yeah.
decisions on how we're gonna do this stuff.
Yeah,
And
and
so I
We're
100%
willing
agree
to
with you.
work on budget and everything, and if I have to take the summer off, oh darn gee whiz, but guess what? It's not feasible. I wish it were.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, it is 2:20 PM and we are only 5 minutes behind our schedule, which is spectacular. We move to administration and finance. And in moving to administration and finance, we are going to start with the advisory committee, which is section 4, page 6. And at this point, I will defer to Mr. Francis for the advisory committee.
I want to start by saying that, first time in several years, we have a full board of advisory members. And we have a very strong board, includes 2 former select board members, and just we have a very good board. And coming up, I'm going to file on Monday. It's been a little bit delayed, but you're going to have the select board, you're going to have your work cut out for you, because we have numerous recommendations. Among them of the proposed pyrolysis plant, Terry asked us to do.
Those will be in our read file.
Yes. Also, we give you individual copies.
Thank you.
These are the select board members and. Going to the 5110. Going with 5110, what was cut out was the MMA annual meeting. I really think that
the strategic value of that outweighs, cutting that. I think that's very valuable that one or two members of advisory, voted that. I went to this meeting for the first time as an advisory member, and it was very enlightening. It really was. I learned some things that have been very helpful to me. And if you want to keep the funding the same as perhaps, maybe cutting out the ATFC, the first three items, or first four items, reducing those and, putting back into the MMA annual meeting might be, the best way to go forward. But I just think the $1,000 is
Well spent.
strategic money to be well spent.
We might be able to find that too, because don't forget, we have to tweak our the select board finances for the personnel. We might be able to find a tweak somewhere to get you that 1,000 back. So it's
Right. I mean, I'll live
there's some
with
things we
whatever
have to
you
look
do.
at.
I live with whatever you do, but I want to make that comment. I think the $1,000 well spent.
Anything on 5110? 5,400 office supplies?
I have no problem with that. I think a lot of that might be for printing of the the reports at town meeting, and the last couple of years we've had a blurb below each warrant article to save a little bit of money.
Anything else on 5,400 supplies? 5,600 intergovernmental. This is the emergency reserve.
Yeah, I like to comment a little bit more at length. We really missed biting the bullet on this item because we could have had an IRS fine of $65,000, which fortunately, through the efforts of Adam and town council,
Town accountant.
I saw the letter that town council drafted, which to the IRS, and that was a very artfully well done letter, as to why the $65,000 should be either reduced or vacated, and luckily it was. But if it wasn't vacated, it probably would have, the bulk of that money probably would have had to come out of the advisory emergency reserve fund, which would have been very unfortunate. But I use that as an example to point out that we are growing as a town, and you only need this emergency reserve fund can really only take one hit, and that's it. And then
game's over.
And then the game's over. So I know you have budget constraints, and we've been able to live for several years with the amount of around $50,000. I think Mr. Bennett had suggested a year ago that it be increased $2,500 a year, or some small amount a year. That amount really hasn't been increased substantially, and it probably in an ideal world would need to be in the $70,000 range. So I just point that out, is that it's a one and done fund, and the town is growing. And I mean, you can go with that figure because of the constraints that you have, but with the cost of everything going up, I don't even think that would cover a big water main break. So.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bennett?
I agree with you that it's too small of an amount considering our budget and the cost of things. But the easy way to address that, without hacking anybody else's budget, is forget the free cash, so-called. It's unassigned money, it's leftover, whatever you want to call it. As soon as we get that, and we're more likely to need this in the second half of the budget year rather than early. So when we get our free cash, and even as our financial management policy is outlined right now, and that, to me, that needs to be looked at, and some percentages changed in distribution. However, there's the section that says it's working this and up to the administrative stuff. We could easily increase that to $100,000 by transferring at a special town meeting October, November, whenever it happens. Because as you get further into the year, budgets generally go down. And to try to do transfers from budgets, you have less money to work with and you have less time to adjust them back. So, yeah, we're starting off small and nothing happens between July 1 and October or November. When we get to that point, we could increase that amount because it's a few years back, there was a pump on a fire engine, it was like 23 grand.
Yep.
And if you got $50,000 there, boom.
Yeah.
In 23, I think it was declared an emergency, however, but it took $20,000 out to buy some culvert pipe that is still sitting on the side of the road. That zeroed it out because we had taken 20-something thousand out of or 2 or 3 transfers out of that reserve. I think some went to maybe veterans or something, because we got tight on that, and some other things. So you're right, the 50K, it'll go drop of a hat.
I think,
I know when the Association Town Finance Committee handbooks, there's an example of what to use this for. And this happened in Templeton not too long ago. If you have a car accident, you crack up a cruiser, a truck or something, you want to get that fixed if it's repairable. Where do you get the money from without a town meeting? Right there.
Right.
And they swore up and down that they were going to take that insurance check that we were waiting on. They parked it in the selectmen's meeting and was going to put it where they said they would go. And the check only came in 2 or 3 days before the annual town meeting. So even though the board wanted to do this, it almost couldn't be done because of the check arriving. So, and they had to, they took money out of here and they took money out of here to pay for that. So we can increase this without affecting the budget at all by utilizing free cash.
Right, when we get the certification and just pulling
And
50
when we
grand
get
out.
that, we put an article
Yep,
to
article for the
transfer
fall
from
town
there
meeting.
to increase this.
I fully agree with you that most of the expenditures, at least since I've sat on advisory, have been in the last 2 or 3 months of the year.
Mhm.
And when other departments have spent down their money, like Bob Sosek is very, very good at spending right up to the exact amount of the budgeted amounts within his budget. And then in May or June, something comes up and he needs a little bit of money, and which is really what the emergency reserve was designed for. So if there is a way that, I mean, we've lived with the $50,000 for the past several years and it seems to have worked out all right, but a lot of it is a timing issue. But the art of this thing is what is the right amount? And my guess is that maybe a better amount would be around $70,000, but then that's still $20,000 that you really don't have
Elsewhere.
elsewhere.
If you put it in there and at the end of the year, whatever you don't use out of that is
Goes
just gonna go
back.
into free cash.
Right.
So you can just keep replenishing, building this up
Yeah.
without.
Yeah,
really
you could
chopping
budget
into the
$50,000 next year and say that you don't use the 70 this year, you could just roll the 70 back in at the fall town meeting and you'd have 120 and the cycle can continue as long as you don't end up going through it with a major expense,
But
obviously.
that's a small amount of money to back up the budget that we have.
And that is really my next point, because you're spot on about that, is
Yep.
you really probably as a reserve should have something in the neighborhood of,
4 to 5%.
maybe 1.5% of the
general fund
entire.
budget, right?
Yeah,
Which
right.
is
You know,
150 grand
Yeah, I mean, that's the
50,
ideal number, and we're nowhere near that.
right now.
We're probably at
0.5% maybe, yeah.
So that's a problem, and I really have no more to say about that. I think I've tried to explain that, so.
Mr. May.
I just wanted to relate some information I had based on that what the percentage should be or whatever.
Hmm.
As the first year when I was on the advisory committee, this came up. And I looked into it in a little bit of detail, and I think it was the EFTC.
Yeah.
That has it in one of their write-ups that the reserve fund per community should be up to 4 to 5%. So I had suggested at the time, and everybody looked at me like I had 3 heads, and they knocked it down actually at that time to 40,000. But I totally agree that the $50,000 number is unsatisfactory for the budget that we have in town.
Right.
And I think we need to work on getting that up to whatever we can. But I think, in the year of $150,000 would be much more, let's say, soothing with budgets looking like this one.
Be a better security blanket.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We could just make one more point. I think Mr. Bennett had suggested when he was on advisory, we had talked about this issue that, we should try to raise it. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Bennett seemed to indicate that we should chip away at it and add $2,500 a year or some small amount a year. And then eventually you'll get, to a number that's a little bit better than what it is now. And, that's probably the best approach in the long run. What Mr. May said about it really should be, 4%, 5% of the budget. That's really ideal. It'd be nice to have it that way. With our constraints, obviously, it's not going to happen. So, trying to find a number somewhere in between is that we could just chip away at this number a little bit every year. That's probably the best approach that we can have.
Again, I'll just say that when hopefully we talk about the revenue money and
Yeah.
stuff. These two entities should get together, and any resident who's got any ideas. Once upon a time, there was a guy named, town resident, who did a big analysis on the school district and funding and Templeton sharing thing. It's about this thick. I just came across it yesterday, but that's a town resident who analyzed years of town funding, and it made the point that the superintendent, not Mr. Casamant, but the one before him, said, you are correct. Everybody was saying Templeton was underfunding the school district, and the financial analysis showed we're actually paying more. So, to analyze the free cash, because that's leftover unspent funds or unanticipated revenue, and some of that unanticipated revenue is underestimating for a number of years revenue, regular occurring revenue. And we need to, but there's a way to do that. If you say up front, that's how I want to build free cash, is pad or build a budget that you're gonna have money left over. But again, we can analyze that and free up money for the budget and build this up. But we ain't gonna do that today, but, and financial forecasting at 3 years out is another thing that we fail to plan. That's our biggest issue. Financial planning, we banned.
Nope. Any other questions on?
He needs to do some work on the financial management policy.
Well, Mr. Bennett said that again, the percentages need to be looked at, so there's,
That's not for today.
right, that's not for today. Anything else on the advisory committee? Thank you, Mr. Francis. All right, next on deck. Treasurer collector, including debt services. Treasurer collector is going to be on page 18 of your book, and then debt service is going to be page 82.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hello, Cheryl. And how are you? Excellent. Glad to hear it. All right, Cheryl, walk us through. Start with personnel 5100, please.
All right, personnel. I mean, that's my contract and Daniel's pay, so there's nothing,
Unusual there.
yeah.
You get a $29 raise.
Lump sum allowed.
Take that away.
Why?
Because you have to take something.
Yeah. Any questions on 5,100 personnel for the treasurer collector? Okay, employee support 5,110.
All right, so this is both our memberships for Mass Collector Treasurer and Worcester Collector Treasurer. It's the schools we go to in Amherst, spring and fall meetings. It's all the little classes that they have or the meetings that they have for Worcester County and Mass Treasurers Collectors.
Any questions on 5,110 employee support?
Is it allowed or disallowed with?
This
the
is a lot,
70?
it's a negative number, so I'm assuming it's disallowed. That's just that's a typo.
Like it.
Be lump sum disallowed of 780,
Yeah.
not allowed. Okay. 5,200 purchase of services.
This is Hilltop does our report every year for takes months to fill out. That's their annual fee. Kirkwood is our excise, motor vehicle, billing, real estate and personal property bills.
Okay.
So they do those twice a year and motor vehicles once a year.
Any questions on 5,200 purchase of services? Noel?
This is kind of a general question. Before the state legislature, there's what's called the Municipal Empowerment Act, which was proposed in the last legislative session and did not pass, but it is up again. It's a new proposal, and one of the things that it would allow for would be for the town to add to the excise tax bill. And I'm just wondering from your perspective, is if this bill was to pass and the town was to be able to assess additional excise taxes, how that would affect what you do as the treasurer collector?
I don't think that's a good idea, but it's just, it would be more money coming in, but people have a hard time paying their bills now. It's just adding an additional tax or fee or whatever it is to them just doesn't seem like the way to go.
But would it increase your administrative burden? That's really my question.
I don't see why it would if it's just an added tax onto it.
Okay.
If it's just collecting an additional amount that's added to a bill that's already created, it's not going to create any additional work for us.
Liz?
So, favorite subject, the bills don't always show up. Now, I don't know where the fault is, I don't know what happens, but it's not just one or two people. And, or one or two households. And having done that kind of stuff early in my career, I understand the 11 grand is, like overall between the two different lines there, right? If I added correctly.
Yeah, you did.
So I really think we need to be looking at an alternative source, an alternative method, whether it's bringing it back in-house, getting an intern to do it, doing something else, because we're doing the same thing year after year after year and expecting a different result. And people are missing stuff, our household, we had 5 bills, 4 arrived. Now, we got the 5th one through other means, but but that is a routine thing everybody's hitting. So I think in this budget season, we really need to be looking at what we should be doing differently.
We've had this in-house before, haven't we?
Not since I've been here.
Not since Tuesday.
I mean, Danielle and I spent a day and a half stuffing envelopes a couple weeks ago. There's no way we can print stuff, fold, plus the cost would be astronomical just for the stamps. Because right now, going through the company printing them, they get the bulk rate. So, if we had to do it, we'd have to separate them out. We wouldn't have enough time to print them and get them out by the due date. Motor vehicle could only be done by us because it's private information. It's not public information. So we couldn't have interns or anybody folding them.
Yeah.
Real estate bills, we probably could, but it's just a time constraint. We got to print them and get them out. we have trouble with the mail here as well. If we mail it from here, we're having the same issues.
Right.
People mailing checks to us, we have the same issues. We're not getting our bills. When your bills came in and paid, you did have the original bill, so you did receive it. I'm not sure if it didn't come with all of them, but they did come, you did have them all.
No.
Yeah, we did.
Well,
Mr.
I
Chair,
don't know when it came in.
Mr. Chair, point of order,
So,
point of order.
Mhm.
Business.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Shouldn't have a
So taking them, doing them in-house is not
feasible.
a good solution.
Okay.
Yeah, the man hours alone to do that
That's,
would outweigh what we're paying.
that makes sense, John.
just a comment, you said Kirkwood, one commitment on excise dues. The RMD claims they send them out in 4 commitments, so which is
We get about 7 a year. Kirkwood only prints one. The first one of the year is 9,000 bills. During the year, we do them because there's 300, 500. So we do those. Either Jeffrey and Jeffrey prints the original for me and we mail them out, or we print them here if it's, might be 60.
Okay.
Couple hundred maybe.
It's the, so the other, so once you get past the first commitment, obviously
Correct.
the bulk gets a ton smaller at that point.
Right, because
Yeah.
the first one's
Most
every
people pay the
vehicle that
first.
was registered usually on December 31st, you get one for the
Mhm.
next year.
Right, the rest of the commitments are like when, at new vehicles that get registered later in the year.
Right, transfers, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
But couldn't a volunteer help with that mailing?
No,
No,
it's not public
Personal information.
Well, yes, but you know, I'm a volunteer for election, so I'm on the town payroll. Things like that.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. It's not
Again, the
public.
personal information is part of the problem with the excise tax.
Yeah.
the bills, I'm sorry, the bills? Maybe I'm confusing bills. But you go online and you can put in anybody's bill. It's not private, because you can find it. So the excuse that it's private is not, I don't consider valid. Because it's online, you can get to it. And
If you just randomly punch in a bill, you can find somebody's bill. You can't put their name in and see their bill.
you can still get to it, which is wrong. If you want to make it private, it's private. So.
Well, we did, back in 2016, obviously, we did this, and one of the things that we saw was, like I said, time, man hours, power, stamps, the equitable bang for your dollar, so to speak, to do it by yourself. We have the same issue with other departments in the town as well. And it just was more feasible to contract it out. And I know it seems like a lot of money, but it does save a lot of time and money in the end for the town based on the studies that were done back in 2016 and 17, because you know, it was really challenging for us to, you know, I mean, lick stamps and envelopes and fold and put all these, you know, we're talking thousands, we're not talking like a couple hundred. You know, we're, you know, 8,000 to 9,000 usually go out the first time of the year, and then the other ones trickle in, which they've been able to handle. But I mean, we looked at that as far as what cost savings we were gonna have. Same with actually paying our employees. We actually did it in-house at one point, and that was actually contracted out as well, because it made more sense that way, because it made more economical sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
But I'm gonna tell you, everything was looked at. I mean, all the stuff we're talking about today, was all looked at when Jeff was in office back in, you know, back in the day. Not that he's old, but, you know, moving up to where we are today, I mean, it's more economical this way. People, I mean, I don't want to spend more money than we have to taxation dollars, because this is our job, is to hopefully limit where that money goes and bring it more back into town for services that we can provide here in town, which are minimal. But they're important services. But anyways, that's all.
Yep. Thank you, John. Anything else on 5,200 purchase of services? 5,400 supplies.
All right, basically, this is the stamps and the envelopes, to mail out what we're mailing out, and the miscellaneous supplies that we buy, boxes for storing everything, and
Any questions on 5,400 supplies? 5700 other?
Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
None.
This is basically the tax taking stuff.
Yep.
The cost of the attorney. A lot of this stuff was kind of magic balling because with the new legislation coming out, I don't know what it's gonna involve.
Right.
Till I do it once and see where we're at.
Mhm.
We got a lot of costs we're gonna have to incur because of it. So it was kind of a guessing game and trying to see how many we've done previous years and kind of taking that into account. The only thing, Mass Clean Water, that's the only thing that's kind of set. Everything else is a basic guess.
Okay.
From based on prior years.
Any
Numbers.
questions on 5700?
Can we make that lump sum disallow work?
That's,
I don't know.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Until I go through 1 year,
right,
I really don't know. The only thing I can say is like the things I will not do probably right away is anything to do with old tax titles, foreclosures and stuff. I will hold off on
right,
till I know I have
right,
money after the tax taking is done.
right.
I would just, if I may, under the treasurer collector for fiscal 24, other left over at the end of the year was 0. But we also need to look at what's in the special articles for
Yeah.
for tax.
Right, so I try to use that first and then hit that account because I have quite a few in land court right now. So I don't know what that's gonna,
Look like.
how that's gonna hit me.
But eventually that law was gonna catch up with us and yeah, before you know it, you'd be looking for, you need $500,000 to give to somebody. or a
Yeah.
couple People, I mean.
Because
it's-
if we get a land court judgment for us and we get property, we're gonna have to pay some of these people back
Mhm.
their equity. And we don't know how that's gonna work.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
does it just make more sense just to hold off on doing any land court activities for a year until we figure out how everything. Let somebody else be the guinea pig.
Right now, I'm not doing anything further than I've already done.
Okay,
whatever's out there, you're gonna let run,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
but you're not initiating anything
No.
new for the moment.
But had we done it prior to, we
I
wouldn't
get
have had to follow the
Yeah,
legislation.
yeah.
It's, we would have got away with some of the things that are gonna cost us money. So,
Yeah.
damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah,
I know you
but right
want it.
now I'm doing nothing further.
Yeah, so you're holding off until you learn where.
Right, people will have to go into tax title, but I'm holding off on land court.
Sure, okay. Bob,
I'm not sure if this is actually the place that I should ask this question, but it's along the line of the tax taking and it's kind of in that line. The example that I'm going to use is 10 Pleasant Street. Believe we took that for taxes at some point. We demolished the building, used the demo fund, demolished the building. The property's been sold, $76,000. And our demo fund has never been credited. You want to know why? Because it was my interpretation
That the
from the
money,
meeting and from the article that
that's my
we
understanding
did.
as well.
That's what it was supposed to do, and the demo fund still reads $11,000.
That was my understanding as well, is that the sale from tax title, or if the sale from those is
Goes
supposed to go
into the
back into
demo,
the
yeah.
demo fund. So
Right.
so we can keep going through the
So we can
process.
continue through the other houses that we
Right.
need to do in town. And that is a double concern because that means that there's $76,000 probably in the general fund being spent going through to free cash that is not in the right spot.
The only thing that I can think of is if it's in the general fund, if we have to have town meeting move it.
You know, but that was my point.
the payment went through though? Maybe the.
Yeah.
Yes, it's deeded to
somebody else.
Yeah, I know.
somebody
it
else.
is. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it was sold. Once I get property from land court, it turns over to you all, or the town administrator to sell the properties. So when that gets sold, that wasn't in my jurisdiction, sort of speak. So that would, yeah, so I don't know what happened with the funds when they came in.
That might be a question we have to move to the accountant.
Yeah, or Adam.
Thank you, Cheryl. Adam and, yeah, hang on. I think you were next, and then we'll go to Noel.
But I'm not sure if this is the proper place, but, you know, you have the grant writer under this account.
Yep.
And when she does get and receive grants, we sometimes have to put up matching funds.
Mhm.
And where are those funds? We should have a revolving account for her so that she can proceed immediately.
Right, that has been discussed before too, is that we need to think about a revolving fund so we can, and putting some funding in there so that grants can be more easily,
Right.
accessed and distributed.
So that's 3 for the day, advisory, this fund, and, this one.
No,
I just want to say with the sale of land at 10 Pleasant Street, there might have been a timing issue because the sale, I believe, was near the end of the fiscal year. And then the money, the actual check may have been received in the present fiscal year, so it might have been a timing issue.
we'll pin that and we'll check, we can come back to that with the accountant maybe, or Adam, you're off mute. You gotta, I see that you, do you have something for this?
Yes, on this one, so the sale went through, and how I interpret the special legislation, I don't think it can be moved directly to the demo revolving account. How I interpret it, but Holly could look into it certainly further. So what essentially it's coming to the general fund.
Yep.
And then at the end of the fiscal year, the board should look at appropriating that to the demo revolving fund. That would be my suggestion on it. But once again, I'll have Holly talk to town council, but that's my interpretation of it. But it could certainly be looked into a little further.
It would have to be, it would have to be an article that would go to a town meeting to appropriate it over to the demo fund, is what you're trying to say.
Correct. We received the monies, and whether town meeting would appropriate that back into the demo revolving account.
Thank you.
Once free cash gets certified.
Thank you.
I might be mistaken and I'll defer to Adam, but it seems as though the article that the town voted on was fairly specific that said just that.
Let's
So
look
it's
into
already
the,
been voted.
let's look into this, let's make
Yeah.
sure that we're aligned with the legislation. We want to do everything by the letter of the law, please.
Absolutely.
Let's look into the general legislation to make sure we do it correctly, whatever the legislation says that was passed by the legislature is what we will follow. If that means it has to go to town meeting to be appropriated, we will put an article on and at the appropriate time and put it there and make the explanation. If we can just transfer it based on that, we will just transfer it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, that's fine. Any other questions for the treasurer collector? Before we go to debt service? Okay. Debt service.
Debt service. Debt
Starts
service
on page 82, just in case anyone, section 482.
pretty much is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta pay what we gotta pay.
Page 1 is
If
the
anybody
school and the
has any-
police department. Those don't fall off until fiscal year 44 and 45. Yeah.
Okay, so for the debt service for the school.
Yep.
With is this under Phillipson isn't paying any part of the school debt for Templeton Elementary.
Haven't been,
No,
and
and they
that was part of the, and that was, if I remember correctly, that was part of the design, is that Templeton. Templeton, I know where you're probably going with this, but
You can probably just answer my question as opposed to me asking.
I know where you're going with this, why is Phillipton not paying where their kids are in the school, yeah, and.
Right, and so we've got the debt service here. Why aren't they paying 15% or 20% or whatever it is that they're supposed to be? That would help our budget.
So. So anything on the, it would be debt excluded, which is the first page 82. Other than, we'll look into whatever we can as far as that goes. Okay, non-debt excluded, the other list of line items. It looks like we have nothing falling off on this until not this coming fiscal year 26, but 27, we have the water falling off, and then we have some out years. Just a few.
And we will be adding sewer.
Right, we'll be adding,
we
because we just
just-
voted on that, yeah,
Yeah,
and that will be, is that a,
that's banned, so it'll be a year.
oh, okay, so it's a short,
Yeah.
okay.
But they plan on that out of their reserves, I believe.
Any question on non-debt excluded? Going once, going twice. Okay. Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Accountant. Let's see, anyone here?
I'll be doing hers.
You'll be doing accountant, Adam? Thank
She had a
you.
previous engagement, so she asked if I could do hers. If the
Okay,
board-
section 4, page 9.
Page 9, correct.
First-
So on the
first
5100.
stop, Go ahead, Adam.
No, you could go.
I was like, first stop, 5100 personnel.
Okay, so you see a little change here, because Grace has been doing with the quarterly reports with the finance team. We decided to move her from the select board budget to the town accountant's budget.
Okay.
So you have in here the accountant, the assistant town accountant, the grant writer. And that should actually say lump sum allowed. So you
Oh,
can
yeah.
just
Plus number, yeah, okay. And the grant writer's money is just minus from select board plus to accountant, no.
correct. That's why you see the select board's budget drop so much and the accountant's budget went up.
Okay. Basically a 1-for-1 switch.
Correct. So
Okay.
that's basically the personnel. Any questions?
Anything on 5100 personnel?
Does the grant writer now report to the town accountant?
Adam? Well, she wouldn't yet. It would be, she still reports to the select board until.
We're transitioning her over to the accountant.
Yeah, she reports to the select board until the end of the day of business on June 30th, and then the transition would occur on July 1. Right, Adam?
That's the plan.
Thank you. Any other questions on 5100 personnel? 5110 employee support?
This is for the trainings. As you know, Melanie has quite a bit of certifications. She has her MCPPO certification, treasurer, or treasure collector, one of the two or both. And this would be for her to get the accountant certification. I'm pretty confident she'll do that. And this is for the trainings for her to do so.
Do you have a time frame on that?
She's working towards it. I don't have a specific time frame.
Okay.
I haven't performed her 6-month review. So
Right.
I believe it's 3 years.
She has 3 years? Okay.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any other questions on 5110 employee support? Page 10,
Thank
Terry.
you.
You're welcome. 5200 purchase of services.
Okay, this is for the 5200. I believe this is the last year with our in the auditing contract, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head. And this is
We have to go out to bid. We have to go out to bid in 26 for 27.
It's good. I'll tell you, if the board's looking at changing auditing firms, it will be a challenge. There's not many of them out there. As you recall, last time I negotiated, I was able to change the principal that performed one of the fiscal years. So, but just be aware, you might want to, if you're looking at switching, you probably want to start that process tomorrow. Because it's really a challenge to find auditing firms.
So begin RFP or RFP for
Sorry.
it's okay. Begin RFP basically as soon as possible if we're going to think about switching.
It's this year. It's up in May.
Oh, it's up in May. Oh, in that case, yeah, we need to do that immediately.
I telegraphed that, well, about 6 weeks ago.
Okay. So, all right. We'll have to have a discussion about that at a board meeting. As a matter of fact, Holly, do me a favor, put a action item on for our next meeting to discuss RFP or to discuss going out to bid for audit contract for FY 26 and moving forward, please?
Mhm.
Thank you.
I mean, and I just want to say Roselli, they've done a good job. We've had them for a while. I do want to recognize their service, but it's really the board's call and how they want to proceed, so.
We'll discuss it at the next select board meeting. Okay,
Anything else on 5,200 here?
any other question? Noel, go ahead.
One of the things that advisory is studying is whether or not, the town accountant should be bonded, and Mr. Caplis is looking into, the practice of different towns in terms of their finance department. I just wanted Mr. Lamontagne, and also, select board members, it's just what you, may feel about this issue. Seems to me if the cost is under $500 to bond the town accountant, that might be a good.
Short money
might
for a
be
nice
money.
safety net.
Right.
Short money, yeah, okay.
We are
And Mr.
exploring
Caplis
that
is
and
looking into,
Yeah, we will make a recommendation on that issue, but.
I would agree that, I mean, it does seem like if it ends up being that little to bond them, and it does seem like it would be short money for a nice insurance net, or for a nice safety net, but let's see what Mr. Caplis comes back with. Anything else on 5,200 purchase of services? 5,400 supplies.
And here you have the supplies for the accountant. I don't think this has changed really much.
Anything on 5,400 supplies? Okay, that's it for the accountant. Final questions there? Thank you, Mr. Oh, hang on, Liz, go ahead.
One just general question. How is the split between, how much is Templeton picking up for her education and stuff versus Phillipston? I'm not quite sure what her role still is in with Phillipston. I just realized that she's working in two
Yeah.
places. And
Adam, can you speak to that at all?
Well, they're different duties. She's the treasurer collector over at Phillipston and the accountant here. So I don't understand the question on splitting because the different jobs.
I think you may actually have answered it yourself right there, Adam, because where she's doing two different roles, Phillipston would cover whatever they need to train for her treasurer collector roles, where we would cover whatever she needs to train on her accountant roles. So I think you covered it. Any other questions for the accountant? Okay. The assessor's office, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time for my colleagues, and since I have something I want to discuss during my budget, could the town clerk go first before me? Since I'm
Carol, are you okay with that? Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, we're gonna hear from Carol first. Let's go to town clerk. Town clerk is page, give me a second here.
24.
Page 24, as my bleeding eyes adjust to the small print. Hi, Carol, how are you? Well, thank you. All right, let's get into it. Personnel 5,100.
So that has decreased 1,600 from last year. The town moderator salary was cut.
Oh.
And my assistant, I have a new assistant town clerk, and so her rate of pay is different.
Okay, any questions on town, on 5,100 personnel? And I just real quick, I assume there's an asterisk next to your name because that has to be approved by the town meeting, correct? Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Just checking, Liz.
why was the town moderator's stipend cut?
Why was the town moderator stipend cut?
Suggested it be cut.
Okay.
All right, if I may.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right at all to cut his stipend. Because there's a lot of work that has to be done ahead of time. It's a very stressful meeting, and in my opinion, it's very inappropriate, and I really think you guys should put it back in.
Well, there may be a possibility to find it as well, because again, we have to, in the select board, we might go to tweak to find that 500, so.
If I may.
Go ahead, Adam.
No, so with this, it's the moderator hasn't been taking his stipend.
In that case, here we go. If he hasn't been taking it, very well.
I mean, it's a savings to the budget, so I want to thank Mr. Graves, but yeah, he hasn't been taking the stipend, so that was the logic behind it.
That's fine too. Very good. Any other questions on 5,100 personnel? 5,110 employee support.
This is decreased by $75 from last year.
Or was it decrease? Dumb curiosity, I mean,
Uh,
I know I'm being nitpicky for some, I know I'm asking for, but again, as narrow as this budget is, I mean.
Last year, the disallowed was 25. This year, the disallowed is 100.
Oh, okay, so, and you're just saying you can find that?
Yeah.
Okay, any questions for 5,100 employee support, or 5,110 rather? 5,200 purchase of services.
And this one has decreased 400. The dog program fee increased by 200, but the disallowed
Okay.
was 600.
And you're, again, confident you can cover that?
Yes, I hope so.
Any questions for 5,200 purchase of services? 5,400 supplies.
And this one stayed the same. Postage increased, the dog tags increased, but the disallowed was less
Oh, okay.
than last year.
Any questions on 5,400 supplies? And.
Chair, you know
Yeah.
how earlier, please.
Say it again?
You know how earlier we talked about the chief's budget where, you know, each year we do less and less and less? Is this the same, sort of the same thing? Like, as we're doing these lump sum disalloweds, are they gonna keep going down? You know what I mean?
Would you care to try and elaborate?
I just agreed to this because I heard that our budget constraints this year, so I really can't, I couldn't cut it much more than this.
And I'm
This is
worried
gonna-
that this is gonna be a yearly trend, that we're just gonna be keep cutting people's budgets on this stuff.
Any other questions for Carol? All right, thank you, Carol. So at this point, Justice, would you be okay if we took a 5-minute recess for everybody? Because we've been going at it for now about 2.5 hours straight. Let everyone take a bathroom break and then we will come back and give you your time.
Yeah.
If there's no objection, let's take a 5 to 10 minute recess and we'll come back to it. Good. And we're back. One piece of business before we continue with the assessor. We have we have a quorum right now of 3 people for the advisory committee, but one of them does have to leave shortly, so I'm going to let the advisory committee adjourn. Mr. Francis.
Yes, at this time, the advisory committee would like to adjourn. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Drew?
I'll second it.
There you go.
Okay, all those in favor?
I was just gonna say, because of the remote, you have to do a roll call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Andrew, are you in favor of adjourning?
I am.
Jacqueline?
Nick?
And I also am. That's 3-0 vote. We're adjourned.
The advisory committee stands adjourned. Please note that does not preclude their participation in the remainder of the proceedings. It's just a formality so that when the one member has to leave, they don't go below quorum at that point. There is no further business in front of either the advisory committee or the select board this afternoon. So just a formality.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Okay, assessor,
Right.
Mr. Graves, it's a pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you, Board of Selectmen and advisory committee members, Justice Graves, Deputy Assessor. If we're all ready to go,
Yep.
We'll start with personnel account
5100.
5100. Yeah.
Okay.
This includes, and just so that everyone is aware, everyone in the room also has supplemental material just to follow along with that. The personnel account just has an increase for my salary, and then the salary and the hourly amount and floating hours for our administrative assistant. Are there any questions about that?
Any questions for Mr. Graves on 5100 personnel?
If I may.
Oh, 13, section 4, page 13. My apologies, I should have said that.
33 for the folks in TV.
Right, plus 20 for them, yeah. Anything, any questions on 5100 personnel for Mr. Graves? And we continue to 5110 employee support.
5110, just so that you're aware, if you're comparing FY25 to FY26, the MAAO certification, that is my stipend that I get for holding my certification, my MAA certification, got moved from personnel to employee support. That was on recommendation of the town administrator for what other departments are doing.
Okay.
So you'll see that addition there. Other than that, the increases that happened have to do with membership for the MAAO, which we have to be members of in order for me to keep my certification. Other than that, and then there was an increase for a minor increase for Worcester County meetings, since those have gone up a little bit as well. But other than that, most things have stayed the same in that account. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Graves on 5100 on 5110 employee support? Bob, did you put your hand up or that?
No, I did not.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Thank you.
I thought I saw movement over
I had
there.
an itch.
Okay, very good. Very good. Moving to 5200 purchase of services rather.
Purchase of services, there was an increase going into FY26 for vision, which you'll see it went up over $1,000. Additionally, on the supporting materials that I handed out, that was a 19% increase. And then number 2, because of the revaluation, there were certain technical upgrades with regards to displaying and having neighborhood maps for our economic neighborhoods for assessing purposes. So that is something that, since it's no longer a technical requirement under our FY 2030 directives, and we are getting out of FY 2025, that is something that has to increase for the purchase of services account as well. Otherwise, everything is still the same with cartographics in terms of our costs on that. So those are the 2 major increases that have happened going into next year. Are there any questions about that?
Okay, you had a puzzle book.
Oh, I just didn't quite understand about the changes, but.
Do you have can you give a little more explanation?
Changes for what?
You said there was no longer a requirement?
Yeah, so every 5 years, when we complete a revaluation, we get a new set of directives from the Department of Revenue. So what happens is that, like with something like a technical upgrade, we have to spend for the implementation, and then there's a recurring cost to keep those neighborhood maps updated and to have those printed every year. Well, now that we've implemented that and the DOR is not requiring us to do that any further. That is just a staple that all assessing offices need to do moving forward. So that is a regular expense of the town within our operating budget.
Thank you. All right,
Does that make sense?
good enough.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any other?
Anything else on 5,200 purchase of services? Okey-dokey. 5,400 supplies.
400 supplies. There were no increases. This is the same request as last year. There is a disallowance of $75. We can make it work. But we are using quite a bit of our supplies this year. That hasn't changed again from last year's request. So.
Anything on 5,400 supplies? 5,700 other.
There was an increase at the beginning of fiscal year 2025 for postage. So that's reflected if you look at the differences between FY25 and FY26. We're still estimating the same amount of plans from the Worcester Registry. Part of that is because there have been a lot of lot splits that happened about a year ago with regards to the Fernald School, all of the properties up there. I have 14 new parcels that went on last year's parcel count. Those were all plans that were filed at the Worcester Registry. Whenever anything is filed at the Worcester Registry, we get a copy of what was done there, and we do have to pay $2 per page. Other than that, nothing has really changed. I can make these lump sum disallowed of $7 work. But we are using all of our postage with regard to our required mailings, so.
Liz?
Does the general question across the town for postage, is the town using postage meters to try to save any money? Or is it literally just stamps?
Polly?
I
Polly or Adam.
I actually recently looked into that.
Oh, okay.
And so I have a couple of quotes I'm looking at. Not quite sure if we can do that at this point with the current budget and the upcoming budget, but we did look into it. What I'm finding is for just town hall, there's not a lot of people that would really use it as much. For instance, like with the treasure collector, she has the stamped envelopes. And wouldn't be an efficiency to be shoving, 1,000 envelopes through there. And I think with most departments, it's like that. Mostly it's development services that uses a lot of postage.
Okay.
And so they would use it some, but I'm still kind of looking into that,
Okay.
just seeing if we have the money for it.
Okay, good look out. May work, may not, doesn't make sense, who knows, we'll find out.
And just
Cool.
to add to that, a lot of my bulk post mailings that I do have to do with statutorily required, like saying our income and expense forms and our forms of list to start off every year at the end of December ahead of January. And then whenever we have to do other mailings, sometimes we also like with cyclical review the postcards that go up before we do inspections. We'll do postcard stamps instead, since that's more economical. So
Okay,
just so that you're aware of that.
anything on 5,700 other? Okay, hearing none, then if you'd like to go through your supplemental materials, then we'll hear that at this.
Well, those supplemental materials those were as we went along with each of those
Okay.
items. That just explains some of those increases on the general fund side. What I wanted to just highlight, and I have another supplemental item for this,
Right.
is something that was in the town administrator's budget message that went out that
Yep.
I got the chance to see on Thursday. So I'm just gonna hand this out to everybody.
Okay.
Just so that everyone is aware, this has to do with, if you look at paragraph 2 on the budget message from the town administrator, revaluation account,
Thank you.
the message regarding that.
Thank you.
And then I have a couple copies here. Does anybody want?
There's more than.
So looking at when the budget was published online on Thursday, if you look at the that particular page, it highlights the town administrator recommended not doing the revaluation article for fiscal year 2026.
Right.
That was a surprise to me because that was not communicated out before the budget went out. What you have in front of you is a schedule. sort of what I am anticipating for the next 5 fiscal years. Again, we just went through a revaluation.
Mhm.
The next revaluation is in 2030, but there are certain things that are going to have to keep happening, including our interim statistical analyses. Cyclical review is coming to a close. There were a lot of realized savings with regards to that over the years because of the work that Sue O'Coin did. But we are running into a situation where now that I have a new assistant, and I just talked at our last assessors board meeting, that I will have to field out for at least 1 field inspector or 2 just to finish out the FY26 cyclical review. There are only a few streets left, but they are some of the longer streets in the precinct of Templeton. So that is a cost that we're going to have to do. We have the funds for it. What I want to point out is that, I guess to put it lightly, Templeton has a history of, especially when it comes to some items like this, if we don't fund it in 1 year, we tend to not fund it in consecutive years. And what worries me is that in the interim, we can certainly handle not having that request of $15,000. That was what we requested for FY26. But further down the line, if this keeps happening, for example, it's not budgeted in this year. We're going to, my plan to bring to the Board of Assessors, and this is if everything gets approved, is next year's 2027 article would be for 22,500. And again, if that didn't happen, then you start having a realized structural deficit that continues to occur. And we do need the funds ahead of when we start going out to bid in contracting at the end of, well, in the middle of fiscal year 2029. And we would need the funds secured at least by the end of FY28, because these contractors like Vision and RRC or anybody else that does personal and real property, they need to know that we have the funds before we go out to bid. That is both a DOR recommendation and, quite frankly, with our personal property contractor, the last time they asked me straight up over the phone, do you have, we won't even quote you if you don't have the funds right now. I'm like, yes, we do have the funds. We can execute this contract today if we needed to. So just so that you're aware of that. So what am I looking at? And also given the situation, I am expecting that we'll have to use more from our revaluation articles for cyclical review. That again will end during FY 2026, and then we'll take a 2-year hiatus and then start up again in FY 2028. And in the interim of that, we also, because of the 5 years, are going to have to do a commercial review. I'm using what we did for the reval to base my estimates for the mid revaluation commercial review, because 5 years is too long to wait to relook at our commercial values. But realistically, the commercial interim update could happen either in FY 2027 or FY 2028. So that could go between both years. There are also some unknown technical upgrades that could happen. Vision hasn't had a major software update, and that would be something that we would plan on budgeting within the revaluation articles. That hasn't happened for some time, but if it doesn't happen by the end of this decade, it would certainly happen by the beginning of next decade, because Vision hasn't done that in quite a while. And if we need to do any routine work with regards to our local server, which is going perfectly fine, that was something that was realized back in the mid 2010s or early 2010s. I'd have to look back at the record. And it's perfectly fine. Everything worked fine with regards to reval. But just like everything else, you should do a checkup with tech like that, you know, like a doctor's visit, and then get a second opinion. So with that, that is just something that I wanted to bring to the board's attention going into your budget discussions this year. Again, if it's not funded within this year, and again, it was not communicated to me at any point during the process until I saw it on Thursday, then it's just going to
snowball in the out years.
Correct. It's going to snowball. So, and it was definitely not brought up in the context that it was brought up in the budget messaging, and I just wanted that to be communicated out. That was not a part of the discussions with regards to the town hall hours that were realized on that. So I'm not quite sure. And even then, the request was $15,000, and the ballpark for where that was going was over 20,000 from what we understood. But that's neither here nor there. Again, we can make do with not having it, but again, that just means that you have 22,500 that you didn't budget for this year that has to go into next year. And then if you continue to do that, and then if it impacts the tax rate setting, then you're going to have more unexpected consequences with regard to that. So that is just something that I wanted to elaborate on.
Thank you.
You can feel free, any member of advisory or the select board, feel free to email me if you have any additional questions. I did have some notes at the end there, but just to save on time with that, I just wanted to give you all this and to just have that conversation.
Sounds like a slippery slope we don't want to go down.
Adam,
Yes.
what was the reasoning behind removing the article for $15,000 that we normally put in for them for this purpose?
Well, I was gonna actually reduce town hall hours by 2 hours each week for fiscal year 26, and I had to make the decision. I talked to Sue O'Coin, the chair of the board, about this. And it's a bad budget. It's hard. It's not easy, and it's really up to the board at this point. But I understand Justice's point. If I could have funded it, I would have, but I just can't.
Well, as far as I was aware, that was never communicated out to us, so I don't know when that occurred, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Two things.
Yep.
You have a note here that the Board of Assessors projects that new growth for fiscal 26 will only be like 60,000.
Yeah.
Do you know offhand, I got a number in my head, but I don't want to say it, what it was, last year?
Last year's, I do actually have the levy limit worksheet from 2025. I saw that wasn't in your packets. I can hand this out if everybody
Please.
would like a copy.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Because I believe it was a pretty big,
It was 227,736.
which is why you don't use that to fund a general fund budget that goes over and over. That should be set
Yep.
aside for things like.
Thank you, Justice.
My second question, wait till you get back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jess.
Second question.
And this is up to a vote, this would be up to a vote of the Board of Assessors by law, but do you know, the balance of the overlay fund?
It's just over 720,000. That was at the end of fiscal year 2024. I don't know what the current balance is going to, where the difference between our abatements and exemptions right now sits just over $30,000 left from the appropriation from FY 25's levy amount. So you're talking about just north of 750,000 right now in the account. But until all exemption applications are in, the period ends on April 1st. I don't know what the true amount will be until then.
So a question, it's kind of a crystal ball question, but it's possibility, I believe. If the Board of Assessors needed funds for valuation work, they could vote to take the surplus funds out of the oh, I lost it.
So what you're asking for is, can they vote
Overlay.
for an overlay surplus to use it towards that? That is a good compound question because that's in two parts. Can the Board of Assessors vote for a surplus? The answer is it's going to depend on what the actuals are for the abatements and exemptions this year. Again, we don't know. Plus what is currently uncollectible on, or what is out on the books. There's a calculation that has to be done. Tax bills for the fourth quarter aren't due until May 1st, so I wouldn't request that information from the accountant and collector, which I have to do by law on both of them separately. Until May, that's something that we would have to look at either in May or June for the Board of Assessors meeting. That's something that's on the docket. We are going to talk about it. But the second part of that question is, can they use it for reval purposes? Well, the answer to that second part is the assessors don't get to determine what happens with overlay surplus. That is by vote of town meeting.
Yeah.
And if overlay surplus is not appropriated by a town meeting before June 30th of the fiscal year in which it's voted, then it rolls over into free cash.
My question was just the process is that do it, and I know the money would have to be appropriated by town meeting. I just wanted to know that's a mechanism that could be used.
Yep, what I would kind of add to that is, again, when monies are put into overlay, the assumption is that they will be used for the purposes that overlay is for. A surplus is when the town does better than what's expected with that. That would be using essentially one-time monies to do an appropriation for the revaluation account. If the town wanted to do that, it could. I don't recommend approaching revaluation from that perspective because we know that we're always going to have a revaluation. We know until the end of time, until they, it used to be 3-year valuations, but now it's 5-year valuations. We know that we will always have them, right? And we know that this is going to come up. So is it good to do it that way? No, it creates a structural issue in out years. That's why when the assessors have always proposed that for town meeting, that it always comes out of the levy from that year because that essentially more or less secures it within the budget process to be considered. I know that a few years back, there was something with either a pilot. This is before my time. This is back again in the 2010s. And that wasn't properly realized, and that could have been an issue during revaluations back then. So I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Bennett. It's just without it being fully realized within the levy, we've had a history of not properly appropriating that. But could it be done through those steps? Yes.
So we are funding a reoccurring expense right now through free cash.
Right.
And parking that money on special articles from
Right.
different fiscal years. So whether it's using the one-time overlay surplus, new growth, or free cash, we are still doing
One-time.
bad
fund.
things with one-time money, and there's a history of that has been pointed out back in 2013 with that $500,000 deficit in the budget that was found during the recap. And the message then was the same as it was back in 21 from the DOR. Stop using one-time money to fund reoccurring expenses. Board of Assessors need that money in their budget. It should be in the budget request. That's another story, another day. We can't solve that today, but I just wanted to ask about the mechanism for overlay surplus. Thank you.
And that's okay. And I actually want to, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, just to touch upon, you're talking about the revaluation being within the actual budget of the assessors within our general fund operating budget, or that, or are we talking about because just so that the public is aware, and this is more kind of just a public information thing, is that we do it. We always recommend or the Board of Assessors always recommend for it to be done out of the levy from each year. Again, because it's a recurring operating expense, and we also do it separate from the general fund, so that special articles can be created. So that way otherwise you can delay a year and you're going to have to do increases of what you appropriate in the out years. Leading to the point of we appropriate over time so that it's not a burden on the each year's budget. Because otherwise then, and this is also an issue that the town has had more years than even my predecessors. But then you would have to go, back then it was every 3 years, and go to town meeting and fight for the whole amount that you need for a revaluation. And that can have a substantial impact on the entire town's budget. So we always do it in lower amounts, and we try to spread it out over the 5 years, the requests, not to just have money sitting on the books, but because that's one of the ways that the DOR recommends to do it, and two, because it's an upcoming expense that we need the money ahead of time to complete. So I just wanted to say that just for more public information, and just sort of as Jeff had mentioned something that I thought that made sense. Does anybody have any questions on that? I know that there was a lot. Yes, Mr. Francis.
No, I don't.
I was gonna say, first off, I just want to say thank you for, giving us paperwork to back up your thoughts. It's, really interesting to look at this because as you point out in this, there's $64,000 in expenses between now and 2029. Coming out of your reevaluation money. And if we skip the $15,000 this year, as you show here, it's 22.5, 22.5, and 25 that we have to make out in the following 3 years. If we, next year, let's say, if we miss another year, then we're up into the $33,000, $34,000 range each year to get there for 29. I firmly agree with Jeff that I think this should be in some form of your budget under your control, either put aside in a separate account. But I don't like it just rolling in special articles. That gives us more of the problem with free cash and using that for some other town budget issue, which we need to get out of that habit.
Right.
But so my thought on this, is we need to, looking at the numbers that are presented here, we'd be foolish not to find $15,000. Because we could find $15,000 each year from here rather than 22.5.
I tend to agree with you, Mr.
And it would be
Mayor. I
the
think
same
it's a-
number.
I tend to agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a problem that we don't want this to snowball because it's just going to make each consecutive year budget that much harder to hit. Okay, and I know, I understand Mr. Lamontagne's thought process behind it, but we know we are going to need these monies by 2029. And we know that that we are gonna have to do a reevaluation in 2030. That's just bang, it's right there. I think it behooves us to see if we can find the 15 and make sure that it gets put on as it puts on the warrant as the usual special article and continue the process we've been doing, because again, it's less of an impact if we do it consistently across the 5 years than it would be if we skip and then try to do consistently across 4 or consistently across 3. It becomes more of a burden in those out years. So. Yes.
Why does it need to be a special article?
So by it being a special article, if it's not utilized, then it carries over into the next year instead of having to go through the encumbrance process, which is, I would have to talk with the accountant about it, but it would be more inappropriate and not as transparent to see that you have these series of accounts that are only for revaluation, and then you know that those expenditures are coming out of there, as opposed to when you do an encumbrance, there's only one account for encumbrances every single year. So then you don't see where it's going with that. And also, it secures that funding can only be used by the Board of Assessors. And again, if you put it into the operating budget, that really should disappear and go, well, not disappear, but really get rolled over in the free cash certification process.
That's about what I was gonna go there. Yeah, it's.
Thank you.
Which, again, since it being a anticipated expense of the town, should it be appropriated out of free cash or should it be appropriated out of the general revenues and levy that the town expects?
And then it's put aside and kind of.
And you,
offsites.
right, and you'll see that discussion across towns and cities in the Commonwealth pretty consistently.
Yeah, because if he puts it into his general budget, doesn't touch it for the year, then it's gonna go to free cash anyways, and we're still gonna have to reappropriate that of free cash in order to
That
put it
was the
away.
part I was missing.
Yeah, exactly,
Thank you.
right. So we're basically just taking a step out of the process. He's appropriating it to a special article to begin with, rather than waiting a year to do the same damn thing. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Francis.
Looking through the budget versus actuals, I did some adding up. We have money. This is not really related to the assessors, but we have money that is appropriated but not expended. And when you add it all up, it's over $3 million. And it's a lot greater than the amount of money of the deficit, and it's just, but it's money that we can't touch. It's already been appropriated.
Well,
And I'm just wondering what the solution is to drive that number
Well,
down.
so the solution is twofold, Mr. Francis. Number one, the solution is that we have to we have to hold the departments and, we have to hold the areas that have appropriated these funds accountable to completing their projects, number one. And number two, if they are not gonna complete these projects, then they need to release those funds back to the general fund so they can be reappropriated elsewhere. And we shouldn't be sitting on, and I've spoken about this before in advisory and other budget hearings, that, I mean, we have special articles that are kicking around almost 10 years that still have not been expended. And how long are these special articles gonna get kicked down the road and not be expended? Oh, we're gonna get there. Oh, we're gonna get there. When are you gonna get there? 2026? 2035? I mean, we need to start executing on these projects. If you're
Yes.
not gonna execute on these projects, kick the money back to the general fund so we can do something else with it.
Some town, there are a few towns, right off the top of my head, I don't call the name, but I know,
That's fine.
they have bylaws that if money is appropriated for a project.
Yep.
Capital say this, that, or that thing, if it's not done. There's a few towns with two, but majority were like, it's not done within a 3-year period.
Back to the general
it-
fund
it
automatically.
goes. Yep, it just.
I think that'd be a
goes
great general
goes up,
bylaw.
goes.
And we'd have to,
Great
I mean, we'd have to tweak it a little bit for like, just for like exactly for Justice's situation. Cause he, obviously, he rolls special articles 5 years in order to be able to do his valuation. But it is something that we could take a look at, and it would, I think that would help drive project completion in town, because it's gonna put that due date in a big flashing red light over people's heads.
That's
that's
exactly what I was
something-
getting to, is that conforms exactly with what Noel was talking about earlier, about having a 2-year time frame to get the projects done and so forth.
Yep.
It fits very perfect with that, of putting a limit on the special articles length of time to sit in the account. And it would promote people completing these accounts.
Interested to see, what, if you want to look it up and start, and provide that information to the board, it would be nice to see what, these other towns, how they've written those particular bylaws, because by looking at that, we can see what has not only passed their town meetings, but also made it past the Attorney General. Obviously, we want to make sure both of those things clear. But if we can take a look at that, we might be able to come up with something that would work for us and would start to prevent that problem.
You are, someone.
Only a couple.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a place online where we could look to identify those accounts?
You can probably be done, but not by this. time.
But yes, is
That's
there a
truthful.
place for us to go look?
It still, it says me, I gotta hit start to shut it off.
All right. I mean,
I'm not the person to charge with technological stuff.
No, but is there a place to look online?
I don't know,
I'm the guy you grab and plumb you up
Yeah,
down and
but
bust
you-
the door open.
but you've obviously heard of a couple towns that
Oh,
have done
no,
it, so you
I
must
have-
have a couple of examples at
I
least.
have seen the bylaws, so I just gotta go
Find
track
them.
it down, yeah.
Yeah, if you can track a couple of them down, this way we can have a look at it,
Yeah.
that'd be. That's all we would need is a couple, just to be able to see, like I said, what passed town meeting plus what made it past the
That's
Attorney
the
General.
big thing, so you have the wording right there, no
Yeah.
sense in reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Plagiarism is the finest form of flattery. We can just copy paste if we have to in order to get it through in those situations. Mr. Graves, is there anything else you'd like to present to us this afternoon?
Nope, that's it. Anybody else has any questions?
Any questions before we release Mr. Graves? And I'm gonna take the conversation to, revenue, projected revenue next. Thank you, Justice.
Thank you very much.
Have a spectacular afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Board of Selectmen, and thank you, advisory.
All right, we have 2 more points of discussion this afternoon. So
Nice job, Jeff.
I know the order of business here says going right to warrant wrap-up and overview, but I'd like to take the opportunity for Adam to talk about revenue projections first, which is section 3 of the book. And then we will go to, again, warrant wrap-up and overview of the process moving forward. So Adam, if you'd like to just walk us through the revenue projections quickly, that'd be greatly appreciated.
The revenues, okay, what about the revenues?
Just walk us through your thought process on what your projections were, please.
Since the board approved them, haven't been much changes to the revenues. I mean, you have your 2.5 increase. The assessors recommended 60K. I have my note there, and I'm suggesting 70K. And then you have your debt exclusion number. And I mean, for the most part, I consider them relatively conservative.
Okay.
I mean, and then your state aid that by the cherry sheets.
Right, which we know House 1 is still, yeah.
I mean, hopefully those go up. I mean,
Right.
we'll see with the House and the Senate,
Right.
what finally gets signed. And then you have your transfer in from your various enterprise.
Mhm.
Oh, but so I could see the 215,000, the transfer from free cash. That's really the board's call. I mean, that was what I was recommending to support the schools, the 2.5. But I mean, if the board's not inclined to do that, I mean, it would be, we shouldn't be using one-time funds. I totally agree with that. But what set the precedent was in fiscal year 25, I can't, it's almost nearly impossible to get us out of using 430K in one fiscal year. You know, that's why this is a bad budget. I told the board a while back it was going to be. And I have to make decisions that are difficult. And I gave you the best budget I could do. And that's where I came up with the revenues, and I brought it to the board, and that was passed. I believe it was a 3-2 vote at the time. So, but yeah,
Adam, let me
that's
ask
gonna
you a question, okay? So assessors are recommending $60,000 of new growth. You're recommending $70,000 of new growth. Your note here says that the lowest actuals for new growth going back would be 5 years to FY 20, actually 6 years to FY 20 comes back at roughly $133,000. Why are we being so conservative with new growth? If our actuals going back 6 years, the lowest number that we've seen is 133.
I wanted to be as close with the assessors as I could be. That's that upon their recommendation, they said 60. I thought that was a little too conservative myself. And I'm looking at 70. I mean, we've always, since I believe we've always used 70 from what I could recollect. So I mean, it's really, yeah, you could go up to 133. But I mean, if new growth doesn't come in and the assessors are expected to be 60, I think you're putting yourself in a difficult predicament. I would be more comfortable with the 70. That way you're only off by 10K with what the assessors are recommending. Anywhere above that, I wouldn't recommend that. Because you're better off being more conservative than bringing your numbers to, and then if you don't collect that, you're running into a bigger problem. You don't want to have a deficit through the fiscal year. That's my thought process, but.
Liz, did you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, so on that, do you know why they recommended such a low number?
Adam, did you get that?
I believe that was just their recommendation. I don't recall off the top of my head, Liz.
There seems to be a huge discrepancy there. I wish justice had left or
I
right.
know, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, conservative is one thing, but I feel like that we're like overly conservative at this point. I mean, I get where the assessors are coming from and where Adam's coming from, but I mean, that gap could be closed a little bit, and I think we'd still be safe. Like even $100,000 would be a safer, and that gets us $30,000 back into the budget in order. Like, there's the 15 for justice. There's some ways to get there, but anyways, I mean, and again, it's just a discussion again because I know that the revenues these have been approved, but I mean, I know it's something we could probably revote, but it's just a discussion at this point. So I mean, and it might even be just a discussion for the future as well. So.
And I wanted to put the note in there too, so the board was aware that they made that recommendation for transparency purposes.
Okay. Yeah.
Different question?
Sure.
The payment in lieu of taxes, the pilot, is like third or maybe a quarter of the way down the page. Is showing $14,000.
Good question, yeah.
And we already know we're getting 50,000 from
We have electric.
This page,
Like-
okay. Oh, here we go.
41,
I see it, sorry.
4180.
Yep, I see it.
So it is those two different numbers?
That's a good question, Adam. Is that two different things?
Those are two different things.
Okay.
So where is the 50,000? And that would be coming in for?
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So what would happen is essentially with Steve gets capital, he would bring his capital to them and then they would pay the bill. So it's not money coming to the general fund. It's money that's going to the light and they're approving and then they're processing it on their side. That's how I understand it. I still haven't talked to John Driscoll since I did send the recommendation over to him when I was working with Steve Castle on trying to get this pilot. But I haven't spoken to him since the commissioners approved it.
So the theory is that
It stays outside,
Right.
outside of
it's
this.
out of these revenues because these revenues are for the general fund. Castle would go to the water, the light and water department with any of his capital requests. They would approve it, and that's how the pilot would be paid. Is that they would just purchase what he needed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not in this revenue because it doesn't come to us.
Doesn't come, yeah, okay. And rentals of 90, where is it? $95,000?
Let's see.
It's a
Rentals,
few
yeah, right
lines
here.
further
43,60 is the line for that one. Rentals 95,000. Adam, what's
I believe at the top of my head, those are for the cell phone towers.
Oh, okay. That does make sense. Any other questions with regards to the revenues?
We're being aggressive on the meals tax?
Oh, let's see, the
So-
meals tax, where are we here? What's the line number?
It's a few lines above the.
4681.
Oh yeah, here we go, 46,81, 80,000, that's, last year was 88.
83,
83.
79,
70.
and at the end of the second quarter, meals tax is at 46.
So it's projecting to 92, so it's a little conservative, but I think that it's.
Okay, all right, I was thinking it was being aggressive.
No, it's not. It's a little conservative, actually. If we're 83, 86, and we're projecting to 92. 20%. Okay, so it's a little conservative. But not spectacularly, but a little. Yeah.
And is this being set aside for vehicles?
That's what the town meeting said, is that was revolved, that we did that, I believe, a revolving account that's gonna go there.
If I may.
Go ahead, Adam.
No, that's something that the board should put on their to-do list. They
Oh.
need to do the policy, remember? Because we had that discussion. I believe Mr. May brought it up. And then I brought up, the board really needs to come up with a policy on that, on the financial management policy. So that's to put on your to-do list.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, how much we were going to put in.
Yep. That's jazz hands on that one, there, Mr. May. Good job.
Well, if you get on, that's your first job.
Anything else as far as the revenues?
So I would just look at the motor vehicle excise tax. We have fiscal years actual, but it doesn't show, except for fiscal 25, what was budgeted. So to look at what we actually collected versus what we said we had available for spending. And this, I'll go back to fiscal 20. We put in the budget that we had to spend to support the general fund budget, $1,025,000. We collected $1,148,700. Fiscal 21, we did $1,050,000. We actually collected $1,229,187. In fiscal 22, we budgeted $1,075,000. We collected $1,228,337. In fiscal 23, we budgeted $1,100,000. We collected $1,268,874. In 24, we budgeted $1,175,000. We actually collected $1,356,000. So going back to fiscal 21, we are collecting at least 100,000 more than what we are
Budget.
putting in the budget. And I'm all for being on the conservative side, but and again, this goes back to, we want to keep two buildings open and we need $20,000 for the heat, water, electricity, sewer stuff. Versus looking at what the insurance hit would be, plus the possible damage to the building by them being left, no heat, no occupation, nothing. You know, then you gotta worry about, you got an empty building. There's more things than the mice that are gonna go in an empty building. This building was empty and there were people breaking into it all the time. How much money we spending on Baldwinville Elementary School that's been empty? So there's a lot of cost there, and I believe, not at this meeting, but before we get to town meeting, real quick, revisit these revenues, and I believe motor vehicle, the financial history shows we have some, we could increase that budgeted number, still be on the safe side, and not for nothing, this is why we are allowed to transfer funds from department to department, either at town meeting or after May 1st. The advisory committee and the select board can get together if we see a budget. And that's why we get these monthly reports and these quarterlies supposedly, so we can track all this spending and we see we're gonna, oh, this might get tight,
Ready to do the
then
Heimlich
we
question.
transfer it.
Let me die.
And we don't have to do it at annual town meeting. We can do it, the select board and the advisory committee, we can adjust that stuff and fix it. So, at our next meeting, I would request revisiting this and revoting it to avoid having two, buildings.
Action revenues,
Lowering.
review and revote.
Actual versus budget.
Yeah.
I get being conservative and I know you don't wanna, get short, but I'm just using financial history to guide me. And you can find the same stuff on the Division of Local Services website. It'll show all the comparisons. It gives you nice little colored pie charts and stuff.
Yep.
Gives you pictures, so you don't have to look at just numbers, but. And I know the town administrator is being conservative and stuff, but we're talking, 20 grand to keep some buildings.
Yep.
And that's just to keep them, I'm just rough numbers, heat, I know the heat was 10. You got electricity, water, sewer, offset by, what could the insurance rates be? What would the damage to the building be, just by it being cold and empty? I'd just rather revisit this at a meeting.
Okay. That'll be it. I've asked the incoming ITA to add that to the next agenda.
We'll have a workshop.
Get to work.
We'll have a workshop to split it
A
up.
little rough.
I missed it.
Crack the whip and say, get to work. A little rough over there, wasn't it? All right. Anything else with regards to the revenues? No? All right. Final item of the day.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Section 9, well, he's not going anywhere. We're not done with him yet.
Oh, I thought I could leave, but this is my last meeting. I could go-
Nice try, fella. Now, final item is warrant wrap-up and overview. So, Mr. Lamontagne, let's go down the warrant, please.
Okay, thank you.
Proposed warrant, I should say. Obviously, there's some stuff that's still hanging, but we have placeholders in there for certain things and,
The draft warrant, yeah, I have it pretty well set up for Holly when she takes over on the 18th.
On these.
Art, everything good over there?
Yeah, we just keep the side conversation.
Oh, okay.
All right, Adam, go ahead.
Article 1, fiscal year 2025 operating budget amendment. You have here accountant. You have a backfill because when Nancy filled in for I ended up by our policy because she took on a temporary assignment and she was kind of filling in for the accountant. We came to an agreement on her pay for that time period by the policy. It allows folks when they take over temporary assignments because she was pretty much doing everything in the office by herself. So we're looking at backfilling. The snow and ice, we're looking at 140,000, but keep in mind your deficit is actually larger than that. So what I would suggest to the board when you're doing year-end transfers You have extra funds in highway because I did the hiring freeze. So you're gonna want to transfer whatever's above that 140 for your deficit at the end of the fiscal year.
Adam, what is the deficit stand at right now, please? Do you have that number?
I believe it's roughly 180, but you should easily have that in highway personnel.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Because
that
remember,
that would be a board budget transfer.
joint meeting, yep.
Yeah.
Because you never filled the tree, we never filled the tree laborer, so that right there is like 50K right there.
And that would have to happen before July 15th.
I just want the board to be aware of that because once I'm not here, Holly might call me here and there, but I don't want to lose track of that.
Holly, can you just take a note of that? We're probably gonna need that we'll need that for either the last meeting in June or the first meeting in July.
Okay. Article 2, this was a request of the sewer department for a supplement of 100,000.
Coming from their certified retained earnings, so I'm assuming they have that.
Yeah, Article 3 is your consent agenda. I think the only change here was that 100,000. You just increased it. This
Parks and Rec.
correct.
Okay.
This Article 4, amending the bylaws regarding electronic voting. Carol wanted to get some technology that would make it easier for people at town meeting to vote. So she wanted to submit this for the board for consideration. Article 5 is the Revard article for the annual report.
Pause, Adam.
I was gonna say, for Article 3,
Three?
the reports, how far in advance I realize your other stuff is coming up.
Yeah.
But, what is the expected print date?
Yes.
So I think that we might be able to ask Holly, do we have the?
Are we talking about the annual report?
Yes.
Okay.
We have
Like, where
this,
are we at here?
this year's annual report, not next year's, which may be governed by the revised bylaw at that point. How, do we have the audit report back yet, or how close?
No, I'm hoping to have it printed and here by the same date that we have to put it on the website.
Which is
The last Tuesday in April.
last Tuesday in April. So we'd have it physically here
I'm hoping to.
and available to put on the
Depending on when
website
the
at the
audit
same
gets here.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, so at which point it's plenty of time ahead of the town meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Question, thank you.
Yep, nope, that valid question. Okay. My apologies, Adam. Continue, please. My article is that should be coming to the board for the next meeting. That has been sent out for the review to town council. I have not received that yet. I have to reach out to Tom and Donna to make sure that that's done, because I do want that to be I do want that to be in front of you at the next business meeting. And in fact, Holly, if you can put an agenda item on for that for a final
To vote on the article?
Yeah, from my article for the annual town meeting stuff. Put that on that should be the final vote for that.
So do we keep Ravad or do we fire?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was looking for it just to get named. You know how things get named and acts get named?
Yeah.
So this is the Rivard.
The Rivard Act of 2025. Yeah, I don't want to be remembered for it. I want to be, let me go off into the sunset when the time goes. Exactly. Right.
Well,
Okay.
that's why I put it as a placeholder with your name.
Yep.
Bart, and I want to thank you for your service to the community as well.
Thank you, sir.
Article 6, this is a surplus sewer easement. This is the first step. You probably remember when they came in with that plan to go through the highway property. This would be, Holly, make sure you have town council review this, but the select board, this is for consideration. I believe this came in front of you some time back by Mr. I'm not going to say his name. You remember, right?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have a question regarding, has this been through and got all the sign offs from conservation and so forth? Because I know they were having discussions on this for a while.
Adam Jew.
I think, Holly, could you write that down and just double check? I remember he went in front of conservation. I thought, Mr. May, I can't say that I know for sure, but that was the plan. So Holly, if you could just follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Article 7.
These are the so funding of community preservation accounts. This is
Right.
from
The annual article.
Yeah, this is their article. Then Article 8, this is for the closure of the Stonebridge project accounts, because the study group's looking at making that going for a grant to try to get that moving forward to vehicular traffic.
That reverts back to the CPC at this point, correct?
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
This is the Article 9 is the CPA funding for Gilman Waite softball fields. Stop me if anybody has a question.
I'll let you know.
Okay. Article 10, CPA funding for Houghton Park Ball Field Project. Article 11, I should have put TOF state audit, but like I did with Revard, but that was the placeholder that the board wanted me to do.
Yep, do we, Tim, are you working on the language for that, or how are we gonna do that?
Yeah, I'm hoping to have that for our meeting on the 26th.
Okay, and obviously, once we have that language, we'll vet it through town council and make sure that.
I'll try to get it before.
Oh, you're gonna try and do it beforehand?
Bounce it through town.
Is that okay with the board if he bounces that through council before we come to vote at the next regular business?
Yeah, so we can.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I believe we have on the next warrant, on the next meeting, finalization of the warrant. Is that correct,
I
Adam?
don't remember voting.
No, that would be at their first April meeting.
Okay.
They would sign the warrant at their first business meeting in April.
Okay, so we have time
So
at
we
the
have
next
time,
meeting to
yeah.
do, okay.
Yep, we're good.
I mean, I would urge you to probably have your draft warrant together for that meeting. I mean, I have most of it complete here. You just need to do some final, like, Revard's getting his, Mr. Revard's getting his,
Yep.
Mr. Toth's getting his, so you want to get that all together before you obviously sign off on your warrant.
Okay.
Okay,
12.
Article 12 is your fiscal year 2026 sewer department operating budget. Article 13 is your 26 cable department operating budget. Article 14, this is setting the salaries of elected town officials. So you're going to relook at your select board page. So if you're going to make your stipend the $3,750 that town meeting voted for, last time, work with Holly on that.
Mhm.
So Holly might want to highlight that. So I leave that between Holly and the board. Okay, Article 15. That's your funding for ambulance department operations. I believe you had some concerns about the lump sum disallows. If you wanted to add more to that, that's up to you. My formula, I was kind of looking at it from the perspective of putting some money so you have the ambulance, but it's up to how you want to proceed with the ambulance budget. Article 16 is your final fiscal year 2026 general fund operating budget. That's my draft number in there, or my proposed budget number. So if you make changes, keep track of what your final number is. Okay, the tanker lease, I'm not sure what the board's going to do with this, because if you're going Mr. Bennett's path, I think he wants to change the revenues to add the 100,000. So if you wanted to put the tanker lease in the general fund, you could do that. But I leave that to how you're going to proceed. Article 18 is the Berry Road Design Grant Match of 10K. You just have to figure out the final language for that. Holly, what would probably be easier for you, if you want to take a note, is use the draft article I did for when we did for our local match for the hazard mitigation plan. Just copy the language and just change it up for Berry Road design.
Hang on, Adam, at that point, Bob.
The only question I have regarding this, Adam, is, do we have any plans to be able to finance the actual construction of Berry Road?
You're absolutely right. What I was actually hoping to do with Berry Road, well, at least my plan was to try to get it all funded through grants because we have the grant writer. Those are obviously competitive grants. We're also going in for Stonebridge to get grants for that. So Grace is really busy. She's doing a good job over there. And I'm hoping that they secure funding, because you're absolutely right. There's times where we do design, like Main Street Bridge, a lot of design work, but the funding didn't get approved. So.
And we have to know what it's gonna cost first. So that's basically this. This is step one. Let's figure out what it's gonna cost first and then.
Yeah, because your two worst roads in this town, quite frankly, are Royalston Road
Yep.
and Berry Road, and the board's really gonna have to look at Royalston. I don't want to get too far off track here.
Yeah, that's okay.
Royalston Road, because if you don't want to fund that 400,000 of additional design work, you might want to amend the votes for that have already taken place for Royalston Road to put that, and you could probably use your infrastructure stabilization too. But I leave that just thoughts moving forward. Article 19.
Royalston Road, don't, because
Oh,
Royalston
sorry.
Road, don't forget, it's still yeah, and it's still somewhere on the tips list. I don't know where that currently sits.
It's still
27 or
staying
28,
there
I think.
for 26, 27. but
Okay, 26,
So,
27. So.
I just have a,
You don't know the state.
Yeah.
we're looking at 10K.
Yep.
We can't afford what we already have in our docket. And I know in this town, people don't like to kick the can down the road. But why do we need to start a design we know we can't meet the funds for and just know that it's gonna go up and up and up? Why don't we just wait until we can have a vision for, or at least see that happening? We're like kissing 10 grand
Well-
away and we can't do anything about it and we know it's gonna go up.
Well-
Why don't we wait till we can get an actual figure that we can work with?
Because the reason we're doing this is because this gives us the actual figure we can work with. We need to do a design of the entire project in order to find out what it's gonna cost.
But if
And
we
then we
can't
could go
even
for-
begin to fund it until 10 years from now, it's gonna go up.
But again, the thought process is to try to do it well with grants. So once we have the design and we know what the cost is gonna be, then we can start going for the grants in order to work on the process. We can't do anything until we know what it's gonna cost to do. And that's what,
And we have 290,000
In a grant
grants
to do it.
sitting, but we need the 10K as a matching to get the 290K
so
unlocked.
it's 10K well spent in my mind because it unlocks the grant in order to be
Okay,
able to
that's the
get.
piece I missed. out
Okay.
on.
Okay,
Is it stated in that article?
the article has to be written. It's a placeholder right now. Yeah.
But that would clarify questions.
Who's writing the article?
Good question.
So I believe it's gonna be Holly, and Adam just kind of gave her instructions on how to do it, to take from I forget what it was, but she's got it written down.
Hazard
Hazard mitigation plan, take the language that we used for that article and just rework it for Berry Road. So. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, Adam, continue.
Okay, the last one, that was for the Bureau, okay, Gamma
Gamma.
Open Service Agreement Payment, so this one's highlighted, you just have to look at the agreement the board has, Holly, and, fill that number in.
What are we using that for? What are we using Gamma for?
See if the town will transfer the sum of 7,000, well, the number is, we gotta get the exact
No,
number.
but what are we using Gamma for?
Opiate services,
It's from the opioid abatement stabilization fund to pay the second year of a town of Templeton agreement with Gamma for the opioid services.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
When this was presented to us, Representative Zlotnick came in and spoke with us. All of the surrounding towns were given small amounts of money, which basically we were throwing pennies on the dollar. But if we were to pool the funds and Gamma became the clearinghouse, it all went in, there was bigger bang for the buck, more benefit if we could make one big lump sum.
Okay.
So this was actually moving this process forward.
Thank you.
And I saw a talk on legislation or proposed legislation that, they're talking about the opioid money going out there in town, sitting on it, they're sitting there, nothing's been done with it. And they were talking about maybe we should go and snatch that money back, so it'd be in the state budget to do something and we lose total control out here in
Right.
the local community. So
By
it was a
doing,
good use.
by doing this, we're showing that we're being proactive. We are using it for its intended purpose.
Right.
And it keeps their hands from grabbing it back.
Thank you.
Do we get a report from Gamma of what they've done with the money?
I don't know that yet.
We could probably request that.
We probably could.
So we could probably request that. Just to take a note for that, Holly, at some point.
It's probably in there.
And I'll reach out to Representative Zlotnick as
Thank
well. That's an easy ask.
Thank you.
As a nonprofit, they have to file an annual report with the state secretary of state's
Yeah.
office. So that you could look in the secretary of state's office and find the report. And it should detail exactly how the money was used.
Any other questions on 19? Adam, please continue with 20.
Article 20, that's your Monty Tech number.
Mhm.
Article 21, Narragansett.
And that's basically that's your 215, basically, is what you're saying, 2.5%.
That's mine, but that's up to Holly and the board now, so.
Right, exactly. It comes then, and you have it coming from certified free cash, which let me clarify that. That's 2025 certified free cash, already certified.
Certified, correct.
Thank you. 22.
Article 20, oh, another thing too, I didn't see Norfolk County on the, it could have been my slip up for the posting on the Wednesday, so you might want to let them know and post them.
Okay.
You got time, you got it within the 48 hours, so as long as you do it Monday.
First thing Monday if you can, yeah.
Because you already did the posting before.
And this will be year 3 of the Norfolk, this the person's a junior.
Actually, I think it's the final year.
Is it the final year? I thought it was year 3.
I thought it said grade 12 on the thing, so.
I, 2 more, right, Liz? 2 more.
Bob, hang on, Adam. Go ahead, Bob.
Yep, quick question, it's probably for Adam also. When this was all transpiring at town meeting and so forth, I remember looking it up. And there was something about, that, yeah, we'd have to pay, but then there's a reimbursement aspect or some money coming back.
I think that's the transportation.
Okay, what has been done with that?
I actually, good question. I actually followed up with our representative from Department of Revenue and the accounts work on that too, because I believe we just received the tuition and then I didn't see the transportation. So that's why I followed up. So I believe the accountant's working on that.
Okay. There is a reimbursement, there's a formula.
Yeah,
X percent comes back to us from the transportation and
Yeah, I believe
make sure we get it.
I believe in the revenues, what is it, about 11,000 I got in there?
I think that sounds about right, yeah. Obviously, it's not a lot because the transportation comparatively is not a lot to what Narragansett asks for, obviously, but yeah.
But I did follow up with our DR representative when I noticed that myself.
Okay. Thank you. So I don't think the Norfolk County.
Norfolk County, so you have the tuition and then you have the transportation. Then you have your 2 citizens petitions, and I believe some fluoride ones came in. Holly, I think, was going to add those on with the fluoride.
Oh,
Yeah.
we've seen that citizen petition before, and
Yeah, and we just got another one the day before it closed about a zoning, small
Okay.
zoning.
I remember seeing the
Get
fluoride.
those
I
on
remember
there.
seeing a fluoride citizens petition on previous town meetings, and I know on previous town meetings that it hasn't even been read. So, but okay, that's fine. So we have the citizens petition to amend chapter section 300-8, and then the citizens petition to amend section 300-9. And it sounds like we'll have 2 more citizens petitions, one for fluoride and then
3 more.
one, huh?
There's 2 for fluoride, so we'll have
2
3
for
more.
fluoride, and then the third one for
Zoning.
and the third one for zoning. Which means it looks like we're gonna be at 26. Looks like it's gonna be 28-ish articles. Any questions for either Adam or Holly on the draft warrant? We'll have, like I said, my draft item will be coming up for, I should be coming up on the next business meeting for final approval, and then Tim, you'll make sure that yours is also up on the next business meeting. If you could put an agenda item on for that, that's for the.
For the audit.
Yep, for the what did you call it? State audit.
State audit.
State audit. Any questions for on the warrant? Okay. At this point, final thoughts from anyone who wants. I'll go around the room and I'll just let everyone go. So Noel, would you like to go first?
I'm all set. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Andrew, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to bring forward?
I just want to say thanks to everybody who hung out through the meeting today. Mr. Revard, thank you for your service. And Mr. Lamontagne, wanted to acknowledge you in your last meeting as town administrator. Thank you for all your hard work and the work you've done for your town. We all appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew.
Well said.
Okay. Holly, anything that you would like to anything you'd like to make note of at this point?
I thought today went really well. And Adam, I wanted to thank you for all of your support to me personally. and to the town. Thank you for your service.
Thanks, Holly.
Adam, do you have any final thoughts?
It was a good opportunity, you know, I mean, I can't believe it's already been so many years from when I started in September of 2018. It's just working with Mr. Terenzini, Mrs. Young, you know, the various folks that served on advisory and select board, even people that gave me a hard time through the years. You know, I've always appreciated them. They always keep me on my toes.
Bob May's waving his hand to you right now, buddy.
No, they kept me on my toes, and you know, Templeton's a tough community. It's a tough community, but there are a lot of good people. I know there's a lot of people that, I mean, there are some people that can be really nasty, and you know, it's the thing. It's public service, and it's. I'll tell you, Chicopee was tough too. Chicopee was a tough community. Templeton's a tough community, and it's really difficult. You only have so much with Proposition 2.5. And our jobs are not easy. They're difficult. You have to make decisions, and you know, I just want to thank everybody, and especially those that gave me kind words. It's been an experience, and I truly won't forget it.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you,
Mr. Toth.
A couple quick takeaways. I was kind of impressed with PCTV talking about having the drone pilot certifications. I know there is an FAA license to that. And looking back, I know we got some folks on the fire department, on the police department. I'm just curious if they also are licensed drone pilots. I don't know the answer to that. That'd be something we can look into. The discussion on the fire department's tanker lease, and I would strongly encourage we look hard at this, that we do not let this lease go into a default situation. One, we can't afford to lose our tender credits and impact our fire protection. Hand in hand with that, I think we need to really look long and hard on our Main Street Bridge scenario. Jeff, this is near and dear to you as well as myself, figuring out bridge formulas, and that bridge is not getting better by the day. There will come a point in time when our fire apparatus, our powered light trucks, and some other vehicles will not be able to traverse that bridge. You know, we are beyond the point of no return for all practical purposes. So those are the things that keep me awake at night, trying to think, how can we best come around it? I got a couple takeaways here and some due outs, follow-ups with senior services. I will do my research, find out about what happens with the senior center, especially surrounding towns, if they were to close. I will certainly reach out, follow up with Representatives Lotnick. Adam, I know you and I did not always agree. At times we agreed to disagree, but thank you for your service. And this was a very productive meeting today, I do believe.
thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Toth. Ms. Griffiths.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rivard. So my takeaway is, I'm thinking of the book Essentialism. You have a circle and you have all these projects coming out, and you get nothing done because you're going in too many different directions. And efficiency means pick a project, focus on it, set the dates, set the timelines, hone in on it and get it done. I mean, we're all writing down these bucket lists. Mine is huge. I know Mr. Mays is huge. We have a huge task, but if we try to take it all on at once, we're not getting anything done. So my recommendation would be to pick one, focus on it, get it done. Pick the next one, focus on it, get it done, and it's a proven thing. And my second thing would be to thank Adam for showing me dignity, respect, giving me encouragement, being kind to me, and for all the memories we created. I really do appreciate you, Adam. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Mr. Bennett.
First of all, I want to thank the residents who take the time to come here and be part of the process and ask about how things work, and the whys and the hows and suggestions, and thoughts on things. I appreciate the questions. I write stuff down, notes, because I don't think about, I don't think about half of the stuff that goes on. So I like the ideas to push me in a direction to look at things. I will be following up as well as Mr. Toth on the senior stuff. The generator thing for the senior center and some other projects along with bylaws.
Yep.
On when something doesn't get done in a certain amount of time, it goes way of the dodo bird. As far as Mr. Lamontagne goes, see ya.
Okay.
I want to thank Adam for taking the job and sticking in this town as long as he did. If you look at town administrators, Westminster was a real oddball. They had one administrator almost 20 years.
Yeah.
If you last 10 years in one town,
You're a
that's a
dinosaur.
long time. To last 7 here. It's just the way that the ball happens and rolls. You get different boards elected, attitudes change, circumstances change, and before you know it, it's like, no, we're gonna do it this way. And it's the way it works. 5 years for an administrator, one town is, I bet it's probably the average. So he'd been here this long, and I wish him well. And,
Thanks, Jeff.
and maybe I'll stop over for one of them cold ones. I'll buy.
Ooh.
So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
My final thoughts this afternoon. I want to thank everyone for what I thought was a very productive conversation this afternoon and this morning. I think that we do have some work in front of us, but it's certainly doable and it's certainly good work. I think that we can definitely make this work for the town. And I think there's some ways that we can, like I said, I think we'll be looking at the revenue projections. I think we can find a few dollars there to help us out, moving some things around. I think we can find ways to help out other areas. But as difficult as a budget as this was to put together, I would like to applaud Adam for all the work that he has done in order to do it. It is this blue binder is no small feat of accomplishment every year when you put it out. And I think you did a very thorough job. And while we might not necessarily agree with everything that you put in here, we certainly respect you for your opinions and everything that you and your thought processes as you were doing it. I reflect the remainder of the board's statements. I wish you the very best in your future endeavors. You are an asset to the town for more than 7.5 years, and you've done some great things for the town. And I know that you will continue to do great things with whoever you end up moving forward. So thank you to you for your time, your dedication. We greatly appreciate it. Templeton is a better place because of those things and because of your time here. Like I said, we look forward to seeing you do well wherever it is you end up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Thanks.
If I may, in the infamous words of Lieutenant Colombo, one more thing.
Go ahead.
We have on our calendar, and looking at the calendar, advisory also has a very busy week ahead of them.
Yes, we do.
Next Wednesday, the town calendar shows budget hearings with the school districts.
That's correct.
All three.
Yep.
That might be a little bit presumptive because the regional school district committee doesn't need to finalize their budget
Until
until
the next day.
Thursday. Do we want to look at possibly deferring the meeting for the presentations for the budget? It's just a question.
So we've done this before in that the schools have come in front of us for the presentation and then they've certified their numbers literally the day after. As a matter of fact, I think that happened last year, is that the Narragansett came in front of us for our budget hearing on the Wednesday, and then the following day on the Thursday, they certified the number. I leave it to the board. If we want to hold off on their budget presentations, I feel like we would have to hold off until like the following week, or at least the following week, if not longer. because as we may also remember, we do have a board meeting on the 26th in which we're gonna have what I expect to be a fairly loaded agenda at this point. Holly's smiling at me, so I guess I'm right. I leave it to the board. We don't have to approve the warrant until the first meeting of April, so we certainly could push the school budget even if we pushed at least the Narragansett budget presentation
I
to the
was
week
thinking.
after, to the Wednesday after the 26th, but continue with Monty Tech and Norfolk Aggie this coming Wednesday, because it sounds like their numbers are ready.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on, Mr. Moser, and I will get around to the rest of the people in a second. Go ahead.
Sorry, couldn't find the hand quick enough.
That's okay.
I don't mean to speak for the school district, but there's a sense that I gathered that perhaps it may be useful for us to have the meeting with them before they certify their number. They may be looking for some guidance on which direction to go on their budget. So I understand what Mr. Toth is saying, and I think that I can see how that would make sense in this particular circumstance. The school may benefit from having back and forth with our boards and committees before they certify.
In that case,
They, to his point, they could also come in and say, we're doing a smaller number.
Yeah.
It's.
Yeah, they could. So
Chair,
why don't we leave it? And
the chair.
That's fine. It was a two-part question. The second part of it, and Adam alluded to it.
Yep.
I'm not certain if Norfolk Aggie is aware they're on our schedule for next Wednesday.
Were they posted?
They weren't. No, Adam had just told me they weren't,
Can
and
we
I'll email them.
okay, because the other thing is too, is worst case, if Norfolk their presentation is usually fairly quick.
Yeah.
If Norfolk Aggie can't present this Wednesday, we could always tack them onto the regular business meeting the following week if we had to, because they're usually pretty fast.
I'll offer for them to do it via Zoom as well. 'cause
Oh,
they have
absolutely.
a ways to travel.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I would absolutely see if they can do it via Zoom rather than have them drive all the way up here, please let them do it. So we still have the possibilities.
Just a question.
Yep, no, that was a valid question. Thank you, Mr. Toth.
I have a last question.
Mr. Chair, just so the board knows and Holly knows, advisory, we've decided to defer our meeting this coming Thursday to either the first or the second Thursday in April.
Oh, so you're not doubling up on back-to-back nights?
Yes.
Okay. Good, I'm glad to hear that.
That's just a quick question.
Yeah.
Shoot me if it's the end of the day.
No, we're
Did
not gonna
we-
shoot anybody here.
Did we even vote on which way we're gonna go with the school budget? I mean, how can we give them guidance if we don't know which way direction we're gonna take?
So understand something, we haven't voted on anything yet.
Right.
The article in the article that we looked at today is proposed,
Right.
okay? They're looking for us for guidance,
Mm-hmm.
okay? We will likely be able to give them that guidance, and then they will then go to their meeting the next day and vote a number. And then at that point, we'll know what they voted and then we can go forward with whatever we need to do.
We can put any number, we
That's
can
right.
vote on any number we want. It
Mhm.
gets in front of town.
Right in
meeting.
front of them that night?
We,
When do we vote on it? How do we
Town meeting
guide
vote
them if we
anything
haven't an agreement on it?
so again, we.
Sorry for the confusion, but
No,
it's
it's, understand something, Terry. I mean, we have our proposed number in
two
here.
15.
Right, exactly. They're
You're
gonna come,
getting nothing? How
They're
do
gonna
we
come-
know?
they're gonna come back with their proposal, and we're gonna give them guidance as to what they need to do at that point. And
On the floor?
no, in our meeting next week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean, right,
And then
right
what's-
at the time.
And then what's gonna happen, they're gonna go back and vote a number at the school committee. With any luck, they're gonna vote aligned with what we are presenting, and then it'll go on the warrant. If they don't align with what we are presenting, Mr. Bennett is entirely correct. We can put whatever we want on our warrant. And as in previous year, I mean, we did this last year, we amended on the floor
Yes.
if we needed to, so that's still a possibility.
Yeah,
It's been done several years.
Yes.
Yes, it has.
Several times.
wow.
So,
It's no big deal.
nope, it's not a big deal. It can be done. But let's hope that when we have that conversation on Wednesday, that what they have, they'll give us what they're looking at. We'll give our guidance as to what we're looking at, and then they'll come to, within elect, we'll come to some sort of,
Mm-hmm.
okay? It's a valid question. Anything else before we finish up? I'll give you I'll give you an opportunity, sure.
Okay, I just want to say this is the best meeting, the best budget meeting I've been at in years.
Oh.
So, thank you. It was very collaborative, it was very good. I felt very much able to provide input. It was very good. Adam, thank you for all your work. Thank you for all your hard, your dedication, and good luck with your future endeavors. So, thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
I would like to thank the public who was here as well today, because they're, again, very good ideas and good collaboration and good thought processes, and it's all stuff that we can take a look at for the future. So thank you for everyone who has been here, those who have hung out for the full one we've been here, and also those who were here and had to leave.
If I may, you ran a good meeting.
Thank you.
I agree with Liz. This is one of the better budget meetings that I've seen or been to in the past number of years. And I'd just like to say, Adam, good luck in your future. And I'll talk to you.
Thanks, Mr. May. I appreciate it.
If there are no further comments, I would entertain a motion to adjourn, because it is always in order.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn until, today's the 15th? So 16th, so the 19th at 6:30 PM for a budget review meeting for the schools. Is there any discussion?
Just thank you to TCTV for hanging in there for an extra hour and 48 minutes. Sorry.
Hearing no further discussion on the motion to adjourn until the 19th at 6:30 PM. How do you vote, Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett? Ms. Griffith?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That motion passes 4 yes, 0 no, 0 abstaining.